live after lunch.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's 9 o'clock, and we're going to get going with this June 15th meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. If you would all stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Solar.
Which one? You got two of them to sign. The 11th or the 1st?
Both of them. Okay, first thing on our agenda are the minutes. We have two of them from last week. One for the special board meeting that we had on Friday, and then our regular meeting. So, gentlemen, have you read them? Do you have any additions or corrections?
No. Move we approve the minutes of the special meeting.
Okay.
I move that we approve the minutes from June 1st Commissioner meeting.
Okay, and I'll need a second on both of those.
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County for June 11th and June 1st. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next up we have planning, Mr. Haley.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
How are you this morning?
Very good. How are you?
Fantastic. So I guess we have
Several
we're gonna go
public
right into our
hearings.
Public hearing. So
Correct.
we will open up this meeting, and Lynn, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson,
Here.
Administrator Powers,
Here.
Attorney Baxter,
Here.
Chief Deputy Clerk Dorenkamp, here. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination for recording a proposed solar photovoltaic,
Photovoltaic.
electricity generating project submitted by Shawn and Kathy Wells, Glen Wells Empire ElectricAssociation, and Keith Cole, agent. Cortez Solar 2, LLC, on property located at 11501 Road 24, 11551 Road 24, and 23999 Road L.4, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 67.69 acres, 37.27 acres, and 36.98 acres more or less. Address 11267 Road 24, consisting of 9.47 acres more or less, all located north of Road L, west of Highway 491, situated in Section 16, Township 36 North, Range 16 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, June 15th, 2021, at 9 a.m. Commissioners Room, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the planning office online service at https://Colorado or co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com/public/home, semicolon. You may also contact the planning department at 970-565-2801 with questions dated this 19th day of May, 2021. Central Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, May 26, 2021.
Okay.
All right. Before we get started, I have to recuse myself as I sit on the board of Empire Electric, so I'll be back later.
Have a nice breakfast.
Yeah.
I'll let these guys introduce themselves. We have a gentleman from Cortez Solar too, as well as Josh from Empire Electric.
Good morning, my name's Gavin Berg. I work at a company called One Energy Renewables. We're the parent company of Cortez Solar too.
My name's Nathan Stotler. I work with Gavin at One Energy Renewables.
And I'm Josh Stellinger, the general manager of Empire.
Okay, welcome. Don, do you want to go ahead and give us an overview of what we're looking at today?
Yeah, the applicants are looking to install 5 megawatt, right? Proposed solar project located just west of Highway 491 on property of Empire Electric and around their engineering facility. P&Z was unanimous in recommending it for approval, had no conditions. And I'll let them go through their presentation and give you their specifics.
Okay.
Sure. So we've prepped a few slides here this morning. Just a few overview slides on what solar is. You know, we're among the first SUP solar applications in the county. So we have a little bit of high-level info, and then we're going to get into some specifics of our project, so we can go through that. But we've introduced ourselves, so we can say a little bit about our company as well. Gavin and I are based here in Denver, but One Energy Renewables is based in Seattle. We develop utility-scale solar farms across the country, and to date we have over 200 megawatts of either operating or under construction solar farms, as I said, across the country. So with that, we can jump into what we can expect to see at our solar farm. So you know, when you see a solar farm, the main thing you're looking at is the solar panels. These are constructed as silicon cells sandwiched between glass sheets, framed up in aluminum. The glass has an anti-reflective coating on it to reduce glare, and it also helps us produce more energy out of those cells as well. So supporting the panels, then you have the steel racking. It consists of driven steel piles 6 to 8 feet in the ground. You can see they're just direct driven right into the soil. And then that also supports a tracking system, so it helps our solar panels rotate throughout the course of the day. They face east in the morning to catch the rising sun, and then they rotate over to the west in the evening. After that, then, we have some of the electrical equipment you can expect to see on site. These are the only things on site. They're going to be placed on concrete pads, and they're usually located sort of in the center of the solar farm, away from any public access. On the top, you can see the inverters. These take direct current electricity that comes from our panels, turns it into alternating current that you'll see on our electrical grid wires. And then on the bottom is some additional interconnection infrastructure that helps make that connection between our farm and the grid. And then finally, we have fencing. 8-foot security fence just helps keep folks out away from that high voltage equipment. And then operations and maintenance roads. They're pretty short. They're 20 feet wide to comply with fire codes. Low impact gravel roads, nothing major there. So solar is a really great product for Colorado. It matches with our load profile really well. Solar is producing energy when Coloradans are using energy the most. It can also be sited near load, as our project is, right? So here we have a solar farm in Montezuma County that's producing electricity for Montezuma County, unlike big centralized power plants that are going to move electricity across counties or even across states. And then finally, solar is really compatible with rural areas. It's a non-permanent use. When the project lifetime is over, it can be removed from the site and then turned right back into agricultural use that it is currently in. And solar is also a good neighbor. It produces no noise, no light, no glare or smells, no emissions, no dust, and no traffic. So it's a passive use, and it's a good opportunity for a landowner to essentially harvest a different kind of crop. And it also provides a number of benefits for its host community, and that starts with increased property taxes that comes into the county. It also looks like annual expenses that the solar farm is going to spend here in the county on annual lease payments to the landowners, and also operations and maintenance expenses that go along with keeping up the solar farm, keeping it clean, and keeping it operating throughout the course of the year. It's also going to create some construction jobs during the course of construction while we're building it. And then finally, solar provides low and fixed electricity rates. So solar energy is free. You don't have to pay for it the way you have to pay for fuels like you would for other power plants. And it also is a fixed rate, so it's not going to be susceptible to fluctuating fuel costs over time. Here you've got a picture of the project. This is facing south, just east of the Empire Engineering and Operations Building. You can see it's a pretty flat site, currently in agricultural use, this portion of it. Got an irrigator in the foreground there. So there are 5 critical elements that all successful solar projects need. We currently have 4 of them in place, and we're here today working with you all to get the 5th. Starts with land control, so we have executed long-term land lease agreements with the landowners on the site. We have a good grid interconnection location with Empire, again, right on site. The solar resource in Montezuma County is excellent, and we have executed a power purchase agreement with Empire to purchase the electricity that's going to be sold. And then the 5th piece is the land use permit that we're working with y'all today. So then a few details about our project. As it's been mentioned, we're about 2 miles northwest of Cortez, just off of Highway 491. There are 4 landowners that we've mentioned that are part of it. The 4 parcels that make up the project total about 150 acres. Our solar farm is only going to be using about 57 of those acres. So portions of each parcel and none of the whole parcels will be covered by our solar farm. The current zoning on those parcels is either large-scale agriculture and residential or heavy industrial. Current land use, some portions are vacant, some portions are hay fields. As I said, we're working with Empire to interconnect to their distribution grid. As Don mentioned, we've got a 5 megawatt AC site. They're single-axis tracking ground-mounted solar photovoltaic panels. And our projected annual output is 15,200 megawatt hours on year 1, which is enough to power about 1,200 average homes. So our current site layout, as it sits right now, you can see there's sort of 2 main arrays, the one that wraps to the west and south side of the Empire facility, and then a separate array off to the north side of the parcels there. And then finally, just a little bit about our compliance with the county land use code. So the project is classified as a private utility facility, which is allowed in the AR 35 plus and INDHZ zones as a conditional use subject to the special use permit that's on the table today. We also wanted to note that in 2015, the Board of County Commissioners passed a resolution stating that they're committed to encouraging and promoting the growth of renewable development in the county, and that per the land use code, renewable energy is a use by right under the industrial and agricultural residential zone parcels. And then finally, that I wanted to note that our project is going to comply with all parcel setback requirements outlined in the land use code, which is 50 feet from the parcel boundaries. So I think that wraps it up for us, and we can open it up to any questions that y'all have for us.
Okay, thank you. What is the lifespan? 30 years still? 25 to 30? Is that
Yeah, the power purchase agreement is for 20 years with the ability to extend. Panels themselves go for longer,
right?
but it really depends on the commercial arrangement.
Okay. And then you're only occupying the 57 acres, and the remaining will stay in its current use?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't have anything at this time.
Okay. Well, at this point then, I'm going to open this meeting up for public comment. Anybody wanting to speak for or against this project, please come up to the podium. State your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to tell us what your concerns are.
Justin Vasterling, 2527 Trinity in Cortez. I don't really have a concern. I just don't understand how the price of it is fixed. That'd be kind of neat to understand it a little bit more. It seems like my interactions with solar is the value of electricity fluctuates greatly during the day, and I'd like to know more about that.
Yeah, I can answer that. If you'd like. Yep.
Sure.
So the way solar facilities work opposed to thermal facilities is we pay for all the equipment up front. So our fuel is effectively the modules and the steel, and then we put it in the ground, and we don't really need to spend any more money going forward. The contract we have with Empire will pay us for the electricity we generate, and then we pay back the debt on what we borrow to buy the equipment. With the thermal technology, you're buying fuel, which fluctuates. So if it's natural gas, you can get 1 or 2, maybe 3 years of futures of a fixed price on natural gas, but they don't know what it's going to look like in 10 years. and so that generally changes the price. We know what our equipment's going to cost because we buy it up front, so we sign a long-term agreement with Empire for a certain price of electricity that'll cover the debt as well as the equity, and so that's why it's fixed. For example, the CEO of Excel around Denver had said that he prefers to pay for fuel and steel costs opposed to fuel in natural gas, in wind and solar, because it's just fixed. He knows he's going to have in 20 years.
Okay. Anybody else?
Good morning. My name is Dwayne Dale. I live at 2374 Road L. This application should be rejected and sent back to the Planning and Zoning Department because the size and scope of the project has changed from the original approval given. The number of lots has increased to 4. The impact acreage has gone up to 146.94. And the number of acres under solar panels has gone up to 57 acres. The Montezuma Land Use Code, as amended, does not allow for significant changes in the project scope between the approval from the Planning and Zoning and the final County Commissioner's approval. Now, once this high impact permit is revised and resubmitted, it must address the threshold standards, Section 7, the protection of normal agricultural operations. When Empire Electric built their new engineering and operations center building there on County Road L.4, all the prairie dogs that were on that parcel moved on to the adjacent properties, creating a problem for those landowners. Since then, the effort by Empire Electric to contain or eliminate the prairie dogs has been minimal. In fact, there's been no treatment at all since 2018. Prairie dogs can double in an area every year. If you have someone do prairie dog mitigation and they are 70% effective, you can be at full infestation again in 2 years. If their treatment is 40% effective, and you're back to full infestation within a year. Prairie dogs are known to cause damage to underground utilities, kill trees by eating their roots, cause livestock and horses to step in shallow ground and break their legs, create wind erosion, and they've also been linked to the spread of bubonic plague. Without some sort of prairie dog mitigation, this solar project will increase the number of prairie dogs moving onto my property. This will impact my ability to produce hay and livestock. I should not have to work twice as hard to keep prairie dogs off my property because the neighbor doesn't care about their prairie dogs or the prairie dog infestation. If the project is fenced off, as they proposed with the 8-foot fence, then natural predators will not be able to reach this infestation. In accordance with the Montezuma County Land Use Code, as amended, the County Commissioners may and should impose conditions and safeguards as part of the approval of this high-impact permit. I would suggest a covenants as a condition for approval of the high-impact permit to protect normal agricultural activities on adjacent properties. This requirement should be monthly treatments between April 1st through September 30th each year for the first 2 years, and then 2 treatments between April and September 30th for the remainder of the planned project's useful life. Estimated cost for the first year is less than $2,000. The prairie dog mitigation method should be of their choosing. This should be a cost of doing business and should be mandatory and not done out of the goodness of their heart. Empire Electric currently pays for janitorial services to clean their building. They should also pay to keep their property clean. There should be a punitive financial consequence for not complying with this high-impact covenants. They should also offer the mitigation service to adjacent property owners at no cost to those property owners for a minimum of the first 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you
Yeah, just to clarify, and that was my oversight. My notes were on my other page before we went to 2 pages of agenda. So, Shaq, you want to bring up the site plan? So they did add a strip just south of the engineering operations building. So the original acreage of the solar farm coverage didn't change with their process and engineering and layout. They just figured that incorporating it adjacent to the larger southwest field made more sense. And that's when they contacted the other property owner.
So I think the question was, did it grow? I mean, it's currently at 57 acres. Was it always presented as 57 acres? Or was it submitted as a lesser acreage than the 57?
It grew by 5 acres.
So it did grow by 5 acres. So, okay. And was that on the table with planning and zoning at the time?
Not at the time, no. That was after the fact.
So it went through planning and zoning before it got to us with the growth of the acreage?
Not with the 5 acres. The 5 acres extends around 300 feet east of what the termination was before to, which would be that much closer of an encroach to the southeast residence, but not to the east residence because that's his property.
Okay.
What it
then-
enables
So,
the project to do is just to spread the panels out a little further so they don't shade each other. But
Right.
you can put in the same amount of megawatts in a smaller position, a smaller land. So if you just put them closer together, when we have a little bit more space, we can move them apart
Right.
and it reduces shading.
Okay.
So with the 5 acres, referring back to the land use code, that did not exceed 10% increase that would be required if you had a high impact permit to go back through the process. So that was my determination, that it could move forward to you guys with that amendment versus
Because
going
it did
back.
not go beyond that 10%.
Correct, and also due to the fact of the other residences that would be involved, and it's only one house, and it's 300 feet closer, but still 400 or 500 feet from that residence.
The new landowner, he didn't get a chance to voice his concerns through P&Z though, right?
Not to P&Z, they may be here today. They got a packet with the amended information.
Okay. All right, we have another public comment before I have, ask more questions too, so.
Bob Bragg, addresses 23551 County Road L. My place sets to the south of this proposed site. I have to second what I've heard about the prairie dog problem. Empire Electric is kind of a sorry neighbor as far as controlling prairie dogs. And they're not coming from the hayfield that this is going into, but from just south of their facility. But as I look at the plans, and it's going to be pretty tough for them to do prairie dog mitigation with those panels in place, because as you can see, they tip pretty close to the ground. Somebody's going to have to be crawling around in there because prairie dogs are going to go to those pylons and make their burrows. The one thing that I have to think, and I've worked with farmers, ranchers in this southwest Colorado and for decades, and I have to really question this converting farmland, good irrigated farmland, to something like a solar farm that could be placed elsewhere where it's not affecting the farmland and our ability to raise food and fiber on it. So I guess I'm here not because I'm being affected too much by it, because my house is below the berm on the bottom of the hill where you can see it. But I can understand the neighbors who are adjacent to this site, and their homes are adjacent to this site. It's not going to be very pleasant for them. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Commissioners? I have a written comment from someone in the audience who's unable to present, so if you would, I'll put that on Elmo and read that now.
Okay. And then I think we had one other person ready to stand up. But go ahead.
To whom it may concern, my name is Kathy Toper. I live at 23511 Road L, Cortez, Colorado. My north property line butts up to the south border of this proposed solar farm. My home is approximately 30 feet from the fence line. My dining room and living room windows all face north. So, if the solar farm is built, all I will see when I look out these windows is a solar farm and the few trees that are planted on the north side of my house. When I purchased this property 30 years ago, it was zoned agricultural residential. Over the years, I have worked hard to control noxious weeds, gophers, and prairie dogs, while also planting 135 trees and shrubs of various species, both for myself and my neighbors. I chose to put my home in the far north corner of my property so that it would be as far away from any other homes as possible, while enjoying the peace and quiet of country living. For 3 decades, I have been able to begin my days viewing the beautiful agricultural landscape and watching deer and rabbits and eagles, hawks, and many different species of birds. A few years ago, Empire Electric was allowed to build their industrial building on agricultural land. This was the beginning of the ruin of my dream location, because it took away the scenic beauty of my view northeast from my living room and east deck. While Empire planted a few trees and shrubs along the north side of my house, it did nothing to obstruct the view of their complex. Also, when Empire was preparing the building site, they eliminated much of the irrigation canal bank that had been in place for over 100 years. This seemingly innocuous dirt work changed the amount of noise that I hear coming from Highway 491. The noise from truck traffic is unbelievably loud both day and night. I have my doubts that Cortez Solar 2 LLC will have any more care about how they affect my property with this project. I believe that the proposed solar project will not only take away more of the productive agricultural land in our county, but wildlife like deer, bald eagles, hawks, owls, and many other species of birds will lose their habitat. This property was my dream retirement home, a beautiful place to live, and a property that would be something of value for my son to inherit. I believe that most of us work hard to build a home for ourselves while also leaving a legacy for our heirs. I am not against solar farms. What I am against is destroying producing agricultural lands and destroying wildlife migration areas. This project does not belong in a residential agricultural area. I believe that if this project goes forward, it will affect the value of all of the surrounding properties. There are very few people who desire to live in a country home who will be interested in purchasing my property or the property of others who are adjacent to over 40 acres of solar arrays. If this solar project must go through, why not let the people who will be profiting, Shawn and Kathy Wells and Glen Wells, suffer the consequences of a solar farm next to their property lines? They can move the project north closer to their homes. I cannot move my home to the center of my property to avoid the noise and ugliness of this project. I am sure that the disruption of the soil during the construction process will create noise, dust, movement of noxious weeds, and invasive rodents to all of the adjoining properties. While it may be expedient for Empire to place a solar array next to their facilities, I will pay for their gain. Neither I nor my neighbors are benefiting from this project in any way. In fact, our property values will plummet. While I suppose that I could build a 10-foot high privacy fence to block the view of the solar arrays and possibly reduce the noise, I live on a fixed income and I can't afford to do that. Today we hear a lot about the value of renewable energy. But as with any technology, there are drawbacks. Why is Empire pushing this project on a few residents? Do we not have ample land in Montezuma County that would be sustainable for this type of project, but would not impact existing homes by affecting the aesthetics or property value or destroying producing agricultural land? Please do not allow this solar farm to be built in this location. Thank you. Sincerely, Kathy Toper.
Okay, and next.
My name is Jody Hubbs, and I live at 23741 Road L. My property actually splits, Empire's and the Wells's, so both of their properties are at the bottom of mine. The way my house sits, they talk about glare, and I know everybody says, oh, there's no glare with solar panels. Well, on their picture, there was a glare. The way my property sits, I can see everything from what happens at Empire Electric, you know, who's over there washing their side by side, you know, to all the vehicles going in and out of Empire. I can see from the Wells's driveway into my house, their lights when they come in and out at nighttime shine right into my house. I don't know how they can say that this will not affect my property. It won't affect me glare-wise. From the way it sits, this is drastically will affect me. The other thing that they haven't mentioned is at nighttime, you know, I'm assuming that these probably will have to have some sort of security lighting up around the property line somewhere, some way, somehow. I mean, I don't know if any of you have ever traveled, but I've seen solar, you know, farms and stuff like that in traveling. A lot of them have to have lights on them to, you know, let them know that the airplanes know that there's stuff there and stuff like that. There's got to be some sort of lighting. So are we going to light up 57 acres of solar panels to let people know, you know, that they're, I mean, that will obviously affect my property. The prairie dog issues are so out of control right now. On a weekly basis, I go out and work my property line to try to mitigate the prairie dogs that come onto my property from these adjoining properties that nobody, Wells doesn't care about, Empire doesn't care about. I mean, the weeds, there has not been weed control. I bought my property in 2011. There has not been one effort to control weeds there from any property owner, those property owners. There's not been one, there's been minimal attempt to control prairie dogs. They say that, you know, this is not going to affect people's property values, but I can tell you, I don't know how many of you guys would go look at a piece of property and say, oh my gosh, that solar panel farm is the most beautiful thing in the world. I'm going to buy that piece of property. Right now, it may not be an issue because it is a seller's market right now, but it's not a buyer's market. I don't know how many of you have had to look to see to buy irrigated property. Irrigated property is hard to find. For those of us small property owners who have animals and things like that, it's really hard to find property that's irrigated that you can raise livestock or hay or, you know, just barely make it. But I don't know why my property or my stuff, being a small property owner, should be any less value to the larger company, you know, larger companies and larger landowners that are able to pay for this sort of thing. Then they talk about, you know, low cost and stuff. Well, I don't know, I've done a little looking. The initial cost of solar is expensive. It's not cheap. So they say that that's going to lower everybody's electric, but I don't see how it's going to lower everybody's electric because initially we're going to have to pay for it some way, somehow. We're going to have to pay for those solar panels. So they say that solar, and I'm not opposed to solar, but the initial cost of it has to be absorbed somewhere. Is that not going to be absorbed by us, you know, the people in the community that have to pay for electricity? They say that this is going to help lower the cost of electricities and stuff like that. But really, truthfully, how much of that, I mean, 50 acres in solar panels, what are we going to see? If we're lucky, maybe 5 cents of a decrease in our electric bills, you know, and stuff like that. I mean, it's not going to amount to very much because it's not a large project. There's a couple 100-acre project going in north, you know, up by Yellow Jacket. That's going to transmission lines.
Okay, and I'm gonna have to wrap it up quickly.
Okay, I just think that some of their comments on how this is not going to affect and not going to be, you know, and that it's going to be a benefit may be misconstrued as far as, you know, us small property landowners.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Okay. With that, I'll bring it back to the commission. So I have a couple questions, but Commissioner, if you have them, if you want to go first, I'll allow that.
Can you guys address any of the concerns that these folks have about the prairie dog mitigation and
Sure, yeah.
that kind of stuff?
Yeah, of course.
Because I'm very concerned about all that stuff too.
Understood. And that was a detailed conversation that we had with the landowners as well. As you can see, they have other parts of their property that are adjoining to the solar project, and they spend a lot of time, according to them, managing prairie dogs, and they have a similar concern. So in our commitment, in our lease with them, is we have prairie dog mitigation required as well. So we'll be managing that on an annual basis.
So tell me a little bit more about the mitigation process that you have in plan. I mean, is it, what is it?
Sure, we're going to be
What does
hiring a
that entail?
third-party contractor to come in on an annual basis to manage prairie dogs. The exact methods that they use, I believe there's two types. I'm not an expert on prairie dog mitigation, but I believe one of them is you can poison them, the other is like a carbon monoxide. We've been getting estimates from local contractors. We have an estimate in place for our initial mitigation. I think it's a little more intensive in the beginning, and then management's a little less. But we have estimates, and we'll be signing them up once we go into construction.
Okay. And then what about the weed control also?
Yeah, the weed management is something that's required by the county. So
Right.
Bonnie Lovins, we've been in contact with her, and we'll have weed management plan. We have weed requirements for that as well.
Okay, so those are both on the table with the process.
Yeah, in the Montezuma process, the prairie dog mitigation is not required as part of the application.
Correct.
But that's something that we've done with the landowners. So we have that in place, and that's language in our lease. So
And,
not in the-
and that's for the entirety of the lease, the 20 years as it currently
Yes.
sits right now?
Yes, yes. And then the weed mitigation is just something that we'll be required to do with the department.
And how successful is the prairie dog mitigation as far as percentage? Is it 50%, 100%? I mean, it'd be tough to get 100% to eradicate prairie dogs, but
With repeated treatments, we can make a big dent in it. So it'll be a big effort up front. They'll be out on site for multiple days, getting the numbers down as much as they can. And then it'll be repeated treatments after that. So if we were to treat it next spring, say, then we'd come back in next fall, again, to address any growth that's happened over the summertime. And then we're looking at sort of annual treatments to make sure that we're mitigating any growth that we see happening. But, like you said, probably not 100%, but as Gavin mentioned, we're looking at signing someone on for an annual contract so that we're, continually monitoring what's going on site and sort of mitigating the effects to our project and to the surrounding property owners.
okay.
So we'll be continuing the efforts that the Wells are doing and the Coles are doing right now, and picking up where the Empire has some people have been concerned with what Empire's not been doing. We'll be doing more than that.
The first trip on site is going to be very significant. They're going to make a big dent. I mean, I can't guarantee you they're going to get 80 or 100%, but it'll be a big push to significantly reduce the number of prairie dogs out there. And then the annual mitigation is what we think is going to really be successful, I guess. in
And that's
mitigating.
a contract between the owners and you all, or
No,
with Empire Electric?
No, the contract for the prairie dog mitigation is with a third-party prairie dog management firm, which we will have.
Correct, but that's what you're stating to the owners that you will do.
Yes, that's in our lease.
Okay. Anything else?
Another thing that concerns me is the property values of the neighbors. That I don't think that there's any way that this is not going to drive the value of their property down from their view sheds and everything.
Sure. We have a slide prepared for that, one down from here.
And if this is the slide deal from that outfit from North Carolina, I'm not interested in that because that's not from here and they have no idea what's going on in our realm here.
Sure, sure.
So-
I understand that. Those are the studies that exist right now. The most recent studies are not from Montezuma County, certainly. But there have been multiple studies conducted across the country in different types of markets, different states, that kind of thing. And almost as a rule here, we're seeing either no impact or positive impact of property values, including to small adjacent residential properties. And most of that stems from the fact that, sort of as I mentioned, solar is a good neighbor. It doesn't really do anything that's going to affect neighboring properties in terms of why people wouldn't buy, right? Like I said, there's no noise, there are no lights, there's no glare, no dust, no traffic. There's no impact to the systems that support our neighborhoods. There's no impact to water, no impact to our roads and traffic. There's no impact to sewer. So those are the kinds of things that most affect property values in neighborhoods when you think about a commercial or an industrial facility being built adjacent to a residential neighborhood. Those are the factors that drive down property values, and those are things that we just don't see with solar farms. So I understand that this study hasn't been conducted in the county, but as a blanket statement sort of across the country, that's what the studies have shown.
So you will, I think you just addressed it, but you will have no lights.
Yes, so just two items. So most of the traffic happens during construction, when you have
Sure.
deliveries and folks coming on. And then after that, it's operations and maintenance happens, on an annual basis. There's a general checkup, and those are a couple guys in a pickup with some power tools and electronics. And then if reactive maintenance, if panels get broken by, say, a windstorm and rocks, they'll come in and they'll replace panels. So it's not really any sort of heavy machinery, and that happens on as I said, annual basis a couple times a year. And then from a lights perspective, there's security lighting, but it's motion sensor security lighting. So, and then it'll be downward facing. So there really is no lighting. There's nothing really happening at night. The facility is only generating energy during the day, and then at night it's motionless.
So the motion sensor lighting would all be down sky, dark sky lighting?
Yes. We don't light the facility. We don't need to, and as it'll impact neighbors and uses electricity.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add? No? It met all of everything from planning, and planning recommended approval?
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner?
I'm having a problem with this because I don't know, I need to protect these folks' private property rights, and I need to protect these people's private property rights. So I'm pretty torn over this deal here. It has met all of the requirements through the planning and zoning and everything, and that's how we usually determine what we do. But on a personal basis, I'm having a problem, so.
You all may impose additional conditions, even though the Planning and Zoning Commission didn't. The Planning and Zoning Commission is advisory to you all. You can also send it back to them if you think that it's a significant change, that 5 extra acres. You certainly don't have to do that. They're just advisory. But you all can, if you choose, impose conditions about the prairie dog mitigation, the lighting, the weed control, those things. I mean, weed control might be superfluous. That's on us.
Correct, and I think those are, if I'm hearing this proper, those would all be in there as conditions of this approval. The prairie dog mitigation, which it sounds like you have a contract, or you're seeking the contract with the third party, and that would be for the 20 years.
Correct.
That would be for the duration of the project.
Correct.
The 5 acres did comply with the not to exceed 10%. And the lighting is going to be dark sky lighting, which is a motion lighting, and there's just a few of them on the entire 57 acres.
Correct.
I know when Empire Electric moved out there, they had to plant trees around all of it to hide some of that view shed from the neighbors. Are you willing to do something like that?
Well, trees also kill the sun, which is what you're trying to create to put to the photovoltaic cell. So I understand that if you create trees, you just create another problem, because then you have to move panels further away. So if you're complying with 50 feet instead of 30 feet right now, that's actually beyond what we actually require.
And that was our recommendation, carried over from their previous.
So they are getting a little bit farther away than what currently exists in the land use code right now. So I understand trees would hide, shrubbery would hide, but then they also take away from
Well, I know personally, I wouldn't want to look out my window every morning and see a solar farm, so I can sympathize with those folks.
So would you like to move this forward or not? Because it doesn't sound like with recused vote here, we're gonna be in a tough situation today.
You need unanimity. Both of you need to vote for it. for it to pass.
So, we're in a very tough situation today. So, since this has met all the requirements of the land use code with all of the additions that we're going to add, which is going to be the prairie dog mitigation, the light, make sure there are dark skies, and that requirement of that 50-foot be implemented to this, then I would move that we accept the proposed project submitted by Shawn and Kathy Wells, Glen Wells, and Empire Electric for the electric generating project submitted, or associated agent Cortez Solar 2 LLC on property located at 11501 Road 24, 11551 Road 24, and 23999 Road L.4, Cortez, Colorado. Okay. Seeing no second, this will die due to a lack of a second. And I'm not really sure where we go from this point. It's got to go back
To the drawing boards, really.
goes back to the drawing boards.
I would request, I guess, mitigation that you're looking for. If we're meeting all the contingencies, all of the factors of the land use code, I'm not sure what more can be done.
I'll leave that up to you, Commissioner. With what I just stipulated, what would be on there, I mean, something else we have to look at too is that Mr. and Mrs. Wells also have a right within their property that the best we can do is to try to mitigate the concerns of all of the adjacent landowners. And I think that Prairie Dogs Lights, I think we can properly do that, and they've agreed to that. However, we have to, again, like you stated, we have to look at both sides of this coin. Yeah. And they've met all of the requirements that the voters have put in the land use code. I guess I agree with Mr. Haley. What else can we make them do to
I don't know the logistics and engineering involved. I guess maybe one, and I'm just throwing this out there, if the Glen Wells is looking to lease his property there on the far north, maybe since he's getting the lease, then he takes a bigger impact of the on his property and not so much on the southwest.
And that would be acceptable to me. If he's gonna impact his neighbors, he should take some impact on this too.
Don't mean to.
I'm not sure I understand. Just to clarify, if you could, I'm not
So
sure.
I think in what they're saying is the impact to the neighbors, which would be his south boundary and their north boundary, if the array could move farther to the north to impact the Wells's property more than the
Right back
impact
up,
to
Shai.
the neighbors.
Right there. So
So
the
the
big gap in the middle between, north of, I don't know what the topography is. If
So are you talking
north
about
of
the
the engineering?
north of the engineering building? Yeah, I can't answer for Mr. Glen Wells. That's not my place to do it. I think he was hoping to maintain the agriculture on that particular parcel. He was hoping to do agriculture on half and then the solar farm on the other half. Same with Shawn Wells. So I can't speak to his commercial intentions. That's just what he was willing to do. If he was, I think there's still impacts on the southern boundary. It won't displace the entire southern section of it.
Right.
there will still be panels on Empires and the Coles and potentially Shawn Wells. We'd have to take a look at that, but I don't know if he's willing to do that.
Okay.
Wouldn't remove the panels completely from the south.
Well, the way it stands right now is that there's no decision. It's a split decision. Without a third commissioner, we can't make a decision. So you have no choice but to go back to the drawing board, go back through planning, and hopefully you can figure out something that will be less impact to the neighbors, and still be able to get the best quality.
And so just
your
the southern
process.
neighbors, because there's neighbors all the way around, and so.
Commissioner?
To the neighbors that are having a problem with it.
Well, and I think what you're saying is, it doesn't matter where we move this, there's gonna be a neighbor that has a problem with it one way or another. And the best we can do is to try and mitigate the concerns of the neighbors.
Well, right now, it seems that it's all to the south from everything that I've heard in here today, so.
So how far away from the southern neighbors would then be acceptable?
I don't know, I think we need to send it to planning and zoning and let them, the neighbors and them talk to.
Here's my
planning,
concern
so-
is that planning and zoning has already recommended if we send it back and planning recommends it again to us, we're in the same situation, which is just, this is why people hate government, because we can't make a decision and we go round and round and round. Either let's approve it or get rid of it totally, but I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
I
the
hate having to go
job
back.
of Planning and Zoning Commission is to compare it to the land use code, which
Correct.
it meets
And
the
they've done
conditions
that.
of the land use
And
code.
the land use code, it's met all of the qualifications of the land use code. I don't think any of them said that they were against the system. It's just that if these could be mitigated, I think is what their ask was.
Now,
Anyway.
mitigate the concerns with the folks that have the concerns, and then we'll look at it.
As it stands right now, we don't have a consensus on the decision, so it does have to go back to planning.
Okay. And you can't give us so for us, it's very hard for us to mitigate an unknown.
I understand that, and I'm trying to.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Trying to get
Yep.
that answer for you.
I mean, I think, and I can't make any decisions for anybody, but perhaps come up with some ideas for mitigation and re-present it, and see whether or not that is sufficient.
Okay, so just so I play it out, so the next step would be to go back in front of planning and zoning, get it approved based on the land use code, which it already meets, come back here, present some mitigation, which may or may not be acceptable.
It
and-
does seem arbitrary to
A little
put it
bit.
back in front of P&Z since they've already approved it. So unless there's, certain things that you think are important to go back in front of them, I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with not making it go back through P&Z and just presenting whatever mitigation you all come up with to the BOCC and seeing whether or not that's sufficient. But you can put it back through P&Z, but I understand what you're saying. It sounds.
Right. I would recommend not
arbitrary.
having to go to P and Z because
They've already approved.
this is already recommended for approval, so any more mitigation is obviously recommended for approval.
And I guess that's what I'm saying. I think from the testimony today, what I have written down are the dark sky lighting to make sure that they're not lighting out there at all types of hours, day and night, well, specifically night, and the prairie dog problems, the prairie dog issues that are, that was stated as hopefully Empire will be a better neighbor to your neighbors, to help their concerns of the prairie dogs. As far as taking it out of ag ground to put photovoltaic there, I also have to look at this property owner has the right to do with his property as he chooses and sees fit. So I think we have met all of the comments that were here, other than the 5% or the 5 acres, I don't know.
No, I'm very torn on this because I know I'm not protecting the Wells property rights in this, and I don't know, it's a tough one.
And just to clarify for everybody else listening, the reason we're not rezoning all the ag land is because when this thing reaches its useful life, it can remain ag land. If we were to zone it light or heavy industrial for this facility, then uses by right later on could be a major impact. Just to clarify why there's not rezoning on everything surrounding Empire's property.
That makes sense.
Because once it's zoned that way, then uses by right, you have nothing to say against it. And that's why the resolution was stated the way it was in 2015.
But it sounds like at a minimum, we need some ideas, whether it's, planting trees that won't affect the solar. I don't know if you guys can look into that or come up with some ideas if you want to represent it to the BOCC.
Would there be a type of privacy fence that could go along the southern border that would allow light through?
Yeah, I think part of there's options we can look at. I think that somewhat of the challenge maybe is that I think some of the houses are different sizes and there's a different, it sounds like there's a view shed concern. And so if we were to say increase the size of the fencing, would that be acceptable? I don't know. What we're struggling with right now is that there's a goalpost that I'm not sure what to aim towards. If we were to make it as just as example, say we were to do 75 as a setback, would that be acceptable? That's something I could sit down with my engineers and look at, but I don't know if that's what we're looking for. And so you're saying there's a little bit of an arbitrariness because I just don't want to get it where we keep coming back and it's not exactly what we're looking for. I think if we knew what we were looking for, it's something we can work towards. We just don't know what that is. We just have some neighbors that are not very excited about the project. And so it's a little bit of a gray area, so we're not sure how to really approach it, really is where I am right now. Because if we moved it further north, there's other neighbors that may be, that they voice similar concerns. And so I'm just trying to find a place where we can mitigate this, but I'm not sure what that is, considering we were following the land use code and then specifically the landowners that we're working with, their concerns around prairie dogs. And so we keep trying to comply with those and we're trying to be good partners and good neighbors. I'd just like to know what that goal is.
I'll let you speak to that, Commissioner.
I don't know what the goal would be to.
So the neighbors are the ones that are opposing this, and you're taking up for the neighbors. Do you want to open it up to the neighbors to see if they have suggestions about what would be acceptable so we can get something to move forward here? Because it already meets the conditions of the land use
Correct,
code.
and I guess that's where I'm at, is it does meet it, and we've added these conditions of what was stated as far as the prairie dogs, the lighting. You're already putting up a fence, it showed, not that it's a privacy fence, but.
Could plant Russian olives.
And
No.
Or not.
I'm going to pass that along the chain and see how you do this afternoon.
I mean, an option could be to continue the hearing if you all wanted to do that and allow them time to consult with the neighbors, to get ideas of what might be acceptable mitigation, because it doesn't sound like we're giving you any clear black and white answers to your questions.
I would say what we're going to do right now is we're going to continue this for 2 weeks. We will get back to you. Hopefully the neighbors will be able to get to you guys, and hopefully we can come to a consensus in 2 weeks. Don, does that work on your?
Is that a good time frame? 2
planning
weeks, or
schedule?
should we do a month or 1 week?
What date's 2 weeks?
That would be June 29th.
I don't know if that works on your planning schedule or not.
But as far as reaching out to the neighbors and coming up with ideas and proposals,
You
I don't
guys
know
available?
if you have to also contact engineers and those types of things. I don't want to set it at 2 weeks if that's not enough time.
That's up to them. Planning can make it work.
Yeah, we can, I think we can make it work. I just think
Okay.
that it's 2 weeks. We're just, as I said, we're not sure what we're working
Right.
towards.
I-
So if I was to, I could
We'll
sit down with our
with
engineers.
the neighbors there and
Okay.
Get
see
some
what-
ideas
Yep, okay.
to present. So basically, we're just going to continue the hearing, so one of the commission, it sounds like that's what we might do. So
To-
if one of the commissioners wants to continue it to a date and time certain. And, you know, I don't know if, I think you all said you were from Denver. You certainly are welcome to appear remotely if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, it's not very far. so,
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's far.
So
The end is far.
you were agreeing to this, Commissioner,
Yes.
then we'll extend this or move it to the 29th. And Don, you'll have to.
We'll need a motion for that.
Yep. So I would move that we continue this hearing until June 29th.
and I'll second it.
We
It's
need a
been-
time certain as well for it, so we don't have to republish it.
Let's do 9 a.m.
Okay, then it's been moved and seconded to continue this hearing for Empire Electric and Shawn and Glen Wells to June 29th at 9 a.m. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all right, now we're gonna go to our 9:10. Sorry, guys, thank you. Please reach out to the neighbors, try and figure out something, and hopefully we can get your decision.
So we don't have time for the rest of the public hearings now, so we'll just,
I will go get my third commissioner now and be right back.
I think we should cancel everything that was scheduled between now and, between 9 and now. Okay. They needed you for that one.
Oh, yeah. I'm not worried about the prairie dogs.
Anytime the commissioner is not where you're looking for him, he's somewhere else.
Yeah, very good, Shaq. All right, we're way behind. We're an hour behind, so we're gonna get moving quickly. 9:10, we have another public hearing, and will you call the roll?
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson,
Here.
Administrator Powers,
Here.
Attorney Baxter, and Chief Deputy Clerk Camp here. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination a proposed general planned unit development and rezoning application submitted by Paul and Dana Weyand, did I pronounce that correctly? Agent Jason Carruth, on the property located at 11187 Highway 145, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 99.39 acres, more or less, located south of Road M, west of Highway 145, situated in Section 13, Township 36 North, Range 16 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, June 15th, 2021 at 9:10. Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrator's Office, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested parties may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online service at https://co.smartgovcommunity.com/public/home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions dated the 17th day of May, 2021. Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma, Colorado. published in the Journal on Wednesday, May 26, 2021.
Thank you, Lynn. Don, would you go ahead and give us an overview of what we're
Sure.
looking
I
at
have
today?
Jason Carruth here, Paul and Dan is agent. So they are looking to create an 8-lot, 8 lots? I've lost track.
It would be 8 lots.
8-lot general plan unit development, just north of town. There's an existing residence that would remain on 1 lot, has an existing driveway access from CDOT to that house. They are looking to create a road that extends from that driveway. Keep scrolling, Shaq. That would then meet the house. Their original proposal that went to P&Z based off of information from CDOT. Go back up, Shaq. There was what P&Z saw. Access road would be along 145 to the additional lots. After about a month, CDOT came back with a new review, a new vision, a new plan that wouldn't be acceptable. So the next map is a revision, just running the road around the other end to extend it from Highway 145. CDOT says that you've got to have a 300-foot distance, which wasn't expressed or relayed earlier on. So this is the revision. P&Z did not see this. The layout of the lots is the same, other than lot, I believe it's lot 1, the one with the house, got slightly smaller because of the impact of the road around the southwest corner. P&Z was unanimous in recommending it for approval. There's a geologic study. There's no issues on either septic or site building concerns.
So wouldn't it make more sense to make an actual cross there with Fairway Drive instead of specifically running onto 145? I mean,
That's something CDOT had brought up. Right there is where the main gas line for Atmos Gas is, and they've got their meters to step down the high pressure line to a service type line, and that would entail quite a bit of moving of gas line at the subdivision's expense.
I know that through the TPR, that little section of 145 is, discussed a lot for a passing lane. But there's becoming a lot of congestion right there at Fairway Drive right now with the opening of that convenience store gas station across the street. That seems to be a concern from a lot of the people right there, but CDOT approved it?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, CDOT has, well, they've obviously reviewed this twice. I have no idea what they're looking at doing with Fairway Drive.
Well, it sounds like we've requested a passing lane for that whole section.
Right.
Because of the school, the church, the business across the street, the rock shop.
So if you'll notice, the right-of-way from CDOT extends, is still full width on the west side there.
Yep.
So that is available for them to do some modifications, but that would be them and the gas company's concern to try, if they want to align that hole and make that a four-way cross intersection.
Okay. All right. Do you, commissioners, anything?
I don't have anything.
Okay. Well, then at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anybody speaking for or against this proposed development, please come up to the mic, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to give us your comment. Okay. With that, I'll go ahead and close the public comment session and bring it back to the commissioners. Commissioners, what's your pleasure? Questions, comments, concerns? This was, again, was planning
Yep, we're all for it. It meets the planned unit development conditions because it's leaving the other 80 acres for ag land for, it'll take them a year or two to get everything squared away, but for production and maybe grazing.
So it meets all the requirements.
Correct.
Okay.
I move we approve the planned unit development and rezoning application for Paul and Dana Weyand, agent Justin Carruth, on property located at 11187 Highway 145, Cortez.
No, I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded to accept a proposed general planned unit development and rezoning application submitted by Paul and Dana Weyand, agent Jason Carruth, on property located at 11187 Highway 145, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 99.39 acres, more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, good to go.
Okay. There you go. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to jump right into our 920. Lynn, will you read the roll?
Commissioner Candelaria?
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay?
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson?
Here.
Administrative Powers?
Here.
Attorney Baxter? Here.
He, sort of.
Chief Deputy Clerk Dorenkamp here. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and proposed commercial rezoning COMZ for a proposed planned unit development requested submitted by Jay and Virginia.
I didn't open
Collier,
Zoom. You
agent
said nobody
Justin
was zooming
Collier,
in.
on property located at
She hasn't commented.
18667 Highway 145 Dolores, consisting of 3.06 acres more or less, located on the east side of Dolores, north of Highway 145, situated in Section 12, Township 37 North, Range 15 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, June 15, 2021, at 9:20 a.m. Commissioners Room, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online service at https://co-monezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com/public/home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions, dated the 17th day of May 2021. Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma, Colorado. Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, May 26, 2021.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Don, do you want to give us an overview?
Yeah, so this is the Collier PUD that you reviewed for vested rights a couple months ago. Those were extended for 60 days. They did go back through planning and zoning. Planning and zoning had some conditions, but since that meeting, now the applicant wants to amend the PUD to allow for one RV location site, which was not included before. So they have decided to go back to P&Z per our recommendation to have that reviewed because of that change. And so all we need now is, you don't need to continue this, but you do need to review continuing their vested rights to allow them time to get through July 15th's P&Z and then get back to you.
So their 60 days is going to expire.
Correct.
Gentlemen, do you have any issues with that?
No.
Okay, would you like to move it forward?
I make a motion, we move this forward and approve the request to extend their
Vested rights?
invested rights.
I think it's 60 days would cover it.
For
It's a
another
PUD, so we have to have
Okay.
15 days public notice.
For another 60 days.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to give Jay and Virginia Collier another 60 days for their vested rights to go back through planning and zoning to meet the July 15th hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're going to jump into the 9:30 public hearing. Lynn, would you read the call, please?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsey.
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Here.
Attorney Baxter.
Here.
Chief Deputy Clerk Dorenkamp here. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for the review and determination for a proposed common lot line change within the Fork subdivision submitted by Daryl Giles on properties located at 25046 Road 38.1 to be decided at 38.1 Dolores, Colorado, both consisting of 1.10 acres more or less located east of Road 38.1, south of Highway 145, situated in Section 1, Township 38 North, Range 14 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, June 15, 2021 at 9:30, Commissioners Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Office, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online service at https://co.smartgovcommunity.com/public/home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 19th day of May 2021, Kim Purcell Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, May 26, 2021.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Giles has the 2 lots as mentioned in the Fork subdivision. He would like to combine those 2. Previously, the residents just had a septic tank. It was only used in the summertime, so it was pumped. Now he would like to install a leach field to meet state statutes. He's combining the 2 lots into one so that it doesn't cross property lines. And he plans on living there more or less year-round, or for a better part of the year. So it's just a common lot line adjustment, but has to go through the process because it's in the subdivision.
Okay, would you like to make any comment?
No, I don't have any more to add, but the original lot that the septic system's on wasn't wide enough really to add a leach field between the tanks and the well that's on the existing property, so the leach field has to go across the lot line basically. So that's one reason why I want to combine the lots together, yes.
So you're just creating one lot?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Do you guys have any questions or
do.
comments before I open it up? Okay, then I will also open this up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this may come to the podium, give your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment is now open. Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public comment session of this, and I'll bring it back to the commissioners. Commissioners, do you have any other questions for Mr. Haley or
No, Mr. Giles, no.
Mr. Giles?
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 I call him Mr. now. Yeah.
I don't, it's,
Okay, well,
I would make a motion that we approve the common lot line change within the Fork subdivision submitted by Daryl Giles on properties located at 25046 Road 38.1, Dolores, Colorado.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed common lot line change within the Fork subdivision submitted by Daryl Giles on property located at 25046 Road 38.1 in the Fork subdivision. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Catching up fast.
We're good?
Okay, we're good. One more down. All right, we're going into the 9:40. Lynn, would you call the roll for this public hearing?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsey.
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Shock's not here anymore.
Attorney Baxter. Chief Deputy Clerk Dorenkamp here. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of proposed subdivision amended application submitted by Russell and Marcia Heinmarsh Trust Agent Manus and Associates on property located at 28339 Road N in Dolores, consisting of 4.06 acres, more or less located north of Road N and west of Road 28, situated in Section 5, 36 North, Range 15 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, June 15, 2021, at 9:40 a.m. Commissioners Room, Montezuma County Administrator's Offices at 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online service at https://co-co.smartgovcommunity.com/public/home. You may also contact Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions dated this 19th day of May 2021. Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, May 26, 2021.
Thank you, Lynn. Don, do you want to go ahead and give us an...
Sure, I've got Ernie here as backup. This single lot development was created last year. They are looking to do a boundary line adjustment to the owner of the ag land so that he can build a new hay barn that doesn't fit on his property well. So they're doing a boundary line adjustment, but it goes through the subdivision process to amend the single lot development subdivision. That's basically it. Scroll up another one, Shaq. Right there.
So that's where the old barn used to be, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so he's taken that down and he's looking to build a bigger one for more storage.
So it's just moving that lot line over.
Correct.
Correct.
6/10 of an acre of a rectangle will come out behind marsh and be added to the Spencer Smith.
I have no questions. This is easy.
Okay. Well, then I will open this up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this proposal, please come to the podium, give your name and address, and address the board. Okay, seeing none, I'll close this public comment session and bring it back to the commissioners for any other discussion or...
I have nothing further.
Me neither.
Okay.
Motion to approve the proposed subdivision amendment submitted by Russell and Marcia Hindmarsh, agent, Manus and Associates on property located at 28339 Road N, Dolores, Colorado.
Second it.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed subdivision amendment application submitted by Russell and Marcia Hindmarsh, trust agent Manus and Associates on property located at 28339 Road N, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 4.06 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. There you go, sir.
Thanks, Ernie.
I lost mine.
Said you'd had enough of
Lost
this
another
one
one.
day.
Yeah.
We do have that plat for signature, but I'll save it for the rest.
Okay. All right, well, I have my clerk back, so we have another public hearing, which is the 9:50 public hearing. Lynn, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Candelaria?
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay?
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson?
Here.
Administrative Powers?
Here.
Attorney Baxter?
Here.
Chief Deputy Clerk Dorenkamp here. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination a proposed two-lot moderate subdivision and AR 10-34 rezoning application submitted by Terry and Larry Pickens on property located at 13848 Road 23, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 38 acres more or less. Located south of Road P, east of Road 23, situated in Section 4, Township 36 North, Range 16 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, June 15th at 9:50, Commissioners Room, Montezuma County Administrator's Office, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the public office online service at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com /public/home. You may also contact the planning department at 970-565-2801 with questions dated this 19th day of May 2021. Kim Purcell Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal Wednesday, May 26, 2021.
Thank you, Lynn. Don, would you go ahead and give us an overview?
Sure. So this is Kelly Pickens, Terry's wife. The Pickens are looking to subdivide off the east parcel from the rest of the ag land with a mobile in the northwest corner. And that's basically it. P&Z was unanimous in recommending it for approval. No conditions, just splitting it. Ag land from the hillside.
Okay. Ms. Pickens, would you like to say anything?
I think that's pretty explanatory. We're just cutting 15 acres off.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners?
No, I have
Questions or
nothing.
comments?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, at this point in time, I'll open this up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this, please come to the podium. Okay. With that, I'll close the public comment session and bring it back to the commissioners, gentlemen.
I'll make a motion to approve the two-lot moderate subdivision and AR 1034 rezoning application submitted by Terry and Larry Pickens on property located at 13848 County Road 23, Cortez, Colorado.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the proposed two-lot moderate subdivision and AR 10-34 rezoning application submitted by Terry and Larry Pickens on property located at 13848 Road 23, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 38 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, there you go, Ms. Pickens.
Good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are now into our 10 o'clock public hearing. Lynn, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Candelaria?
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay?
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson?
Here.
Administrator Powers?
Here.
Attorney Baxter?
Here.
Chief Clerk Deputy Dorenkamp here. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination a proposed subdivision amendment application to the Hobo Acres minor subdivision submitted by Valerie Francisco and Robin Estep on properties located at 26986 and 26980 Road H, Cortez, Colorado.
Wrong Francisco.
Consisting of 20.02 acres, more or less, located south of Road H, east of Road 26.5, situated in Section 6, Township 35 North, Range 15 West, N.M.P.M. Their hearing will be held Tuesday, June 15th, 2021 at 10 a.m. Commissioners Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrator Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested parties may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com/public/home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions dated this 19th day of May 2021. Kim Purcell Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, May 26, 2021.
Okay, Don, would you give us an overview?
Sure. So Robin and Valerie, they each own homes on the proposed two separate lots, and the only other lot is Lot 1 to the west of them, which was the developer of Hobo Acres, and they have a non-opposition letter from her on dividing Lot 2 in half. So they're just splitting the lot. They'll each have their own parcel with their own house. All utilities are in place, and they're not doing anything more with it.
So it's basically splitting it right down the middle. That's
Correct.
it. So you each have your own deeds.
Yes.
Okay. Gentlemen?
Pretty simple.
I have nothing.
Okay. Well, at this point in time, then I will open this up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this proposal, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Okay, seeing none, I will close the public comment session of this and bring it back to the commissioners. Gentlemen.
I have nothing further, but I move that we approve the proposed subdivision amendment application to Hobo Acres minor subdivision as submitted by Valerie Francisco and Robin Estep on properties located at 26986 and Road 26980, Road H, Cortez.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to accept a proposed subdivision amendment application to the Hobo Acres minor subdivision submitted by Valerie Francisco and Robin Istep on properties located at 26986 and 26980 Road H, Cortez, Colorado. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Haley, we are now, I guess we're ready to sign some.
Yeah, unless you want to cover a boundary line adjustment
Okay.
that needs to be reviewed and approved, as well as a setback variance, and then we
Okay.
can sign
Sign 'em.
everything all at once. Unless, John, you want to, okay. So, we have the Ellis Lewis boundary line adjustment. Is that on there, Shaq?
No, not in Dropbox.
Can you look on May, whenever you met, May the 25th? If not, I can put it on Dropbox. This is the boundary line adjustment that you saw during the Ellis Lewis subdivision conversation, where Mr. Lewis was wanting to convey the strip along the east side of his property and the west side of Mr. Boswell's property on the south end of the proposed subdivision, right there, Shaq. On the southeast corner, there's that small strip. And so they're wanting to do a boundary line adjustment between them. That will match up to the fence line on the west side of Mr. Boswell's property. And that's basically it.
So that it all matches the legal description then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, there's an existing fence line that isn't on the property line, so Mr. Boswell was interested in establishing the property line at the fence line. So Mr. Lewis is conveying that triangle strip of property to him.
From Lewis to Boswell. Correct? From Lewis to Boswell.
Ellis Lewis to Mr. Boswell, Ray Boswell.
Gentlemen, questions or comments?
No.
No.
Okay.
I move that we accept this boundary line adjustment or approve it between Ellis
Lewis.
and Mr. Boswell.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the boundary line adjusted conveyed from Mr. Lewis to Mr. Boswell. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Yeah. Could you come up, Wendy? So then the next item we have is a setback variance application from Don and Wendy Francisco. So the Franciscos, the picture on the left, they currently have at the southeast part of their parcel, they have a carport that was there with a shed or two sheds there to the left of that existed when they purchased the property. They would like to tear all that out and replace it with a barn depicted right there. The current setback of the carport to their south property line is 9 feet, angling off to 12 feet. They would like to request a 9-foot variance setback for the barn corner at 9 feet. with the layout as depicted on the map. And there is a non-opposition letter from the neighbor to the south, not opposing this.
That was my question.
Yeah, mine too.
So you just want to keep it currently to what it currently existed? You're going to remove the sheds, or they might have already been removed, to place the new barn?
Yeah.
The 9 feet, you can't move it to the 30 feet?
I'm sorry?
So the setback, when you add something new, it should comply with the current setback, which I understand why you're here. But it can't move forward to give that just a little bit more of a setback?
I don't think I could get a 40 by 40 in there and get 30 feet behind it. I'd have to move it into the driveway.
Okay.
And I know that do you want my bullet point list?
Sure, you
Okay.
have the time to talk.
Okay, so it keeps my little field clear for my animals. It provides the road base. The road base is already there. You can see I'd be driving right into the aisle of my barn. It minimizes my out-of-sight land behind the barn. I moved off 35 acres with 3 barns, so I'm trying to make this little thing work, but I don't like my animals not visible from my house. So it keeps the southern exposure for the house and the garden south of the house without being shadowed by a building. It cleans up the sheds. I could get a barn in front of those sheds and keep my square footage. It would just be nicer to get rid of the sheds. And then the more feng shui reasoning is I'd love to have it kind of feel like a courtyard there where we have this kind of feng shui feeling as we sit in the front of our house and we see the barn. We plan to make the barn wood and beautiful and remodel that house to look like that barn using some nice rough tree trunk timbers on both buildings. If you drive by that house now, it's a diamond in the rough, but when you drive by it, you just see the rough. You don't really see the diamond part, but we'd like to kind of have it work like you sit on the front of the house and it's got this courtyard feel and we can see our barn right there. I like the fact that what you can't see is directly south from the house, a little ways more, there is a barn. And if we have our barn up closer to the road, we'd get more of a kind of both an audio and a visual privacy from the neighbor, rather than just parking our barn right behind his barn. It kind of makes for some more privacy. And I think that's it.
Okay. So this is just a variance, gentlemen. Any other questions for Mr. Haley?
No.
Okay. Then
Seeing no opposition, I would make a motion to approve this boundary line, or not a boundary line, setback adjustment for, I have a name,
That would be for 9 feet.
for 9 feet
Francisco.
for the Franciscos.
Second.
kind of hard to work on some of the stuff as I'm working freehand here. So it's been moved and seconded to accept the variance for Ms. Francisca's property for a 9-foot variance for the new structure of a barn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yay!
There you go, ma'am.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Don.
And I do have that variance here for you to sign, Chairman Candelaria.
Okay.
We'll get that recorded, and then we'll mail you the document. Thank you.
If is all we have our plats to sign next? Is that, am I?
Yeah, we have one discussion item. Well, actually, we have 3. They're all Mr. Baxter's.
Okay.
First one would be item 4 on the agenda.
Actually, I'd
Liz.
like to do this other public hearing, the 10:15 public hearing, and
Okay.
then we'll let these people get out of here. So if that's okay with you, gentlemen, I think I'd like to
you
move that
bet.
forward. And we're going to go to the 9:15 public hearing, and then we'll finish the other 4 on the agenda. So, Lynn, this is a continuation of the meeting that we had
June 2nd.
June 1st, June 2nd. So I don't think we have to read the call again. It's just a continuation. So, Mr. Lovett, if you would like to step forward. Good morning.
Morning. It is still morning.
How are you, gentlemen? Good. Fantastic.
Done yet, Joe?
Oh, man, the ball.
You knew what you were getting in.
I did.
So this is basically just a continuation of our June 2nd meeting, which was basically asking for the,
Asking for final approval of the
For the
special
final.
improvement district. I mean, my understanding, the commission has approved it, pending the public hearing.
correct.
And any objections. Throughout the morning, most of the subdivision has been here, most of the lot owners. My understanding is there is no lot owner that is in objection to the special improvement district moving forward. Of course, if there is anybody that objects, I think they need to come forward because, and privately, some other of the lot owners in the subdivision have communicated to me indicating their desire to have it move forward. So therefore, I think we'd seek the commission's final approval of the special improvement district and then maybe just briefly discuss some logistics surrounding the actual paving of the road.
Okay. All right, with that, I'll go ahead and open up this for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this, please come to the podium and give your name and address. All
Do I
right,
need to
seeing
go up
none,
there and generally indicate all of their approval?
I think we already have that.
Okay.
I think we have that.
I
I think we have that. So we'll close that and we'll bring it back to the commission and any further discussion with you gentlemen.
So as was presented, it probably would have been about early May, late April, the bid from D&L Construction regarding the asphalt construction improvement to the road. That bid was used to drive the number that was placed in the petition. At this point, would the commission desire for the subdivision to go ahead and engage D&L to just ensure that bid hasn't in any way materially changed and have D&L do the work, and then the county will go ahead and pay, and then we can work it out through the assessor's office as far as repayment according to the terms the commission laid out in their prior approval.
Okay.
Is that have the subdivision contact D&L and get them going?
I would think that's how we
Okay.
would have to do that. You're hiring the contractor, and then the payment will go through us with whatever the assessor needs from
Correct.
you, Mr. Lovett, to create that layer of that taxing district.
We might want to throw our eyes on whatever D&L's numbers are, whatever they come back as, just to make sure they haven't significantly changed. I don't think that will change you all's opinion, but we probably want to see that.
Okay.
And since this is recycled material, hopefully it hasn't changed.
Yes. So we'll get right on that, and then once I get that communication back from D&L, I'll probably just communicate it to Mr. Baxter as well as the assessor, so they can start their processes, and we'll get D&L working.
Yep. And
Okay.
we're good to go.
All right.
Anything else?
You.
I don't think so. It's final step of the process.
Thank
and
you.
Get
Thank
your
you.
road put together and get it scored away. All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Right.
Yeah, I think you guys, that's
We
what Jackie
approved
just
it,
inquired
yeah.
about. I think you guys already approved it. It was, subject to
Subject to the
people's
final hearing.
objections. There weren't any,
It was-
so we'll let it stand, I
It was
guess,
approved.
procedurally, the approval.
Thank you
you,
all
guys.
very much.
Okay. Now I'll bring Mr. Haley back in here for,
Or we can go on to other things and come back to Mr. Haley.
all right,
either
we'll
later this
we'll
morning.
just go on. Jerry, I see back in the room. We're gonna,
We've got public comment.
Oh, yeah. Just keep from forgetting that.
all right. I was trying, sorry, Jerry. Shaq's got this agenda so moving parts here today, I'm struggling a little, so bear with me. So
It's
we'll
3
open this
pages.
up.
It's the most he's read all year.
Up to public comment. Anybody wishing to address the board, please come up, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to address the board.
I state my name and my address.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jessie Stiglmeyer. My address is 691. My name is Jessie Stiglmeyer. My address is 691 Wyoming Street, apartment D204. I have been an addict in this community for most of my life. I am here today to talk to you about possible funding for a detox and a rehabilitation center. I am 122 days clean from meth today. Thank you. I have been working tirelessly. Over the past 2 years during my addiction, I became friends with a lot of heroin addicts. Heroin in this community is terrible. Recently, over the past 2 years, there's also something called fentanyl pills on the streets. They're called blues. My friends are dying. And nobody sees it. And there's no help for them. I'm doing everything I can. If they get arrested, I've been trying to get them on what's called the MAP program through CARS. I go and drop off the application, and I get them on the program. And then they can see the doctor and get what's called a Vivitrol shot, which helps them not have the cravings for the heroin and the fentanyl pills. But they have nowhere to go. They're homeless, and they have nowhere safe for them to be sober and try and be productive members of society. So they have to go back and live with people who are still in their addiction, and they need help. I don't want my friends to die anymore. I found a property, out on Highway 160 that's for sale. It's 21 acres. There is enough acreage here to where we can build 2 houses, one for men and one for women, and also have a detox center. There's irrigation where there can be farming. We could do a horse program. There is so much opportunity for this property. And there is so much stuff on this property that once it's purchased, we can sell the stuff on it to make some money back. I'm so desperate right now because I've recently helped 5 or 6 people, and I've already lost 3 of them. They're back out there because they had nowhere to go after I was able to help them get on the program. 2 of the people are doing outstanding because they had a friend who was sober and they were able to go live with this person. One of them has been on heroin since he was 10 years old, and he's over 3 months clean now, and he's got a job, and he's doing amazing. But the rest of these people, I can't help everybody but myself. And eventually, the bodies are going to start piling up because Narcan can only work so many times when someone dies off these pills or off of heroin. And none of these people will call 911 because they're afraid of the law. If we open this rehab, that will also bring down the crime rate, because people who are addicted to drugs have to commit crimes in order to support their drug habit. And I'm willing to do whatever I need to do to help my friends get clean and give them a safe place to rehabilitate and start being productive members of society and not criminals anymore. Because none of them want to use, they just have no other option right now, and they have nowhere to go to help them. I have made copies of the property. Do you want a copy of
You
it?
can submit them to the clerk.
Okay. Just one, or do you need more for everyone?
One's fine. They'll be digitized and then sent to us.
Okay.
So,
And that's all I have.
thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
My name's Randy Pixler. I live at 5524 County Road 25 in Cortez. I don't know if this was the proper place to address or who I need to talk to or what I need to do, but I kind of wanted to address some of the issues that are going on around our property and down in our neck of the woods. We bought our house, I want to say 6 or 7 years ago. It's a great area, great community, great people that live there. We have a couple of properties around us. One of them is a trailer park, and then the other one it was just a barren property. I'm sure some of you are familiar with what I'm about to talk about, but some of the residents that were ran out of the stone quarry or whatever it is by the high school here, well, they were ran out of the stone quarry and they were ran right down next door to my property. And every day there's new trailer houses being pulled in, new vehicles being parked there. I have kids. I have a 12-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a 6-year-old. I'm not comfortable with those people being there. They're on this property. There is no sewage. I don't know what they're doing for sewage. Who knows how many of them are living there. They're parked next to a trailer house that caught fire and burnt down 2 years ago. It's just a gutted shell of a trailer. All hours of the night, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the morning, they're coming, they're going. It's a mess. I'm not comfortable anymore with my family even living in this area. I don't know who we need to talk to, who we need to address to get something. You know, the health department, I'll address the trailer park in a minute, but half of those trailers, if they went into, I'm sure, are condemned, not even safe to be living in. At the trailer park, they've got camp trailers just parked all over. They've erected little homemade sheds people are living in. At one point this winter, there was a wall tent there. There's campers there, no sewage. The people that are frequenting these places make me and my family very unsafe. I've heard, well, I know.
Sorry, Mr. Pixler,
Yes.
what road is this on again?
County Road 25.
Okay, south of town, like
South
by
of
the
town,
Berry
by the
Farm?
landfill, kind of. Yep, by the Berry Farm. Yep.
Okay.
So, the one property that all of the trailers from the rock quarry have moved on to, that property owner has allowed a tree trimming company to come dump piles of brush. I mean, massive fire hazard. I just, everything about it stinks and I'm not comfortable with, and it's unsafe. And this is a great property, great community. I will gladly put a letter together of all of my complaints. There are multiple neighbors down there that would sign it that are very uncomfortable. One of the neighbors right next door to this property has had a vehicle stolen by one of the residents of this property. They have young children. I mean, I hate throwing this out there, but it is meth and heroin infested. The people that are frequenting this and doing this and back and forth are all on meth and heroin. The police are constantly down there. I don't know what the answer is or but something has to be done. It's not safe. It's disgusting.
I'm going to ask you, your time is up, but I'm going to ask you to please put that into a formal complaint, a letter,
Mhm.
send that to the planning department, and then we can start to address the.
Okay. So planning is,
Well, it has to go to planning. If the trailers are set there, it doesn't comply with the land use code.
Okay.
And that's how we can start addressing it. Then if it goes into public health, then we can do an inspection in that regards, and so on and so forth, but.
okay.
And as far as the illicit drugs, of course, you can talk to the sheriff's office as well.
But
Okay.
You
I'm
can
sure
call
he's
the
done that.
sheriff, you can pick up
Yeah,
and
this
dial
is-
911 if you see activities going on that,
Okay. All right, so ball rolling with planning. Okay.
I mean, planning's not gonna contact
No,
law
no.
enforcement for you.
No, that's fine. I don't know who or how to get something going. The second a county official or someone steps foot on any of those properties, things have to happen because it's that bad down there. So I just didn't know or don't know how to get that rolling. So I appreciate it.
okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Norm Stockman, 56 down Road 25. Randy's my neighbor. Used to be a good neighborhood. I get very upset thinking about what has happened. Property values, they're plummeting. Nobody'd buy my property now if I wanted to sell it. When they got to my drive and looked at what's sitting around down there, they'd turn around and leave. Property rights I go with. But when they start destroying a neighborhood, we need to do something about it. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Okay. Jerry.
Good morning. My name's Jerry Frizzell. I'm from Montezuma County Clerk and Recorders. I'm here for application for a special events permit for the Montezuma County Fair Board for 30100 US 160 Cortez for July 23rd, July 24th, July 30th, and July 31st. And all the paperwork's in order.
Pretty much consistent with exactly what we did last year, right? Okay.
I move that we approve this special events permit for the Montezuma County Fair Board for the dates of 7/23, 7/24, 7/30, 7/31.
I'll second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the application for a special events permit for the Montezuma County Fair Board for July 23rd, 24th, 30th, and 31st. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next we have our Director Locke. Would you come forward? Health Department for our contract renewals.
Yes. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so I have two contracts this morning. The first one is our immunization contract, and it is for fiscal year starting July 1 to June 30 of next year, in the amount of $9,766, and this is strictly for our immunization program. It pays some of the salary of the nurses who do immunizations. It pays just the general costs. Or I should say it contributes to the general cost of doing the program. So that's the first contract. Any questions on it? There's nothing new or different or unique about it. Okay, so.
I just wish that the real DocuSign thing would work? And the email
We
back-
have tried. We have tried over and over. I am not a fan of DocuSign. The state's very well aware of that. I don't know what else to say. So we do it old school with handwritten, hand-signed. We scan it, email it to all the appropriate folks, and we'll make sure the clerk has a signed copy too. So.
So do you want to move that one forward, Jeff?
And I put the yellow tabs where the signatures need to be on those.
I move that we sign this contract amendment number 3. I guess.
Oh, actually, this is number 4.
This is number 4 for the, this is for the,
This is the immunization piece.
Immunization.
Yeah.
Can you move in that shot? There you go. Thanks.
There you go.
So
Yeah,
I
that's
move
the
that
right
we
one.
Sign contract amendment number 4 with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to sign the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment amendment number 4 contract. The original contract number was 19 FHHA 108935. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and our second contract is for our emergency preparedness contract with the state. Again, would start July 1 to June 30 of 2022. And this amount for this contract is $116,740. This covers both our local public health agency, emergency preparedness coordinator, as well as the regional role. And this is Karen Dixon's role. She covers both of those things. And she is with me here if you have any questions or anything on this contract or about what she does. And there's nothing outstanding, glaring issue with it.
I move we approve the contract with the Department of Health for emergency preparedness. How's that?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to sign the contract amendment number 3 with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment in Montezuma County. In the amount, the total amount.
116,740.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 and for those who just see the document out in YouTube land with that number, that is not her salary, that's her whole operating budget. No, I just wanted to preempt any, just in case they, when they started talking about new positions. Make sure that nobody's like, that's a hell of a salary.
That's where the sticky's at.
Yeah. That's what I was asking.
These are mine. I didn't give you.
Sign there.
Yeah, see? Try to make it this simple. And I
I'm just guessing.
what I'll do is I scan this.
This week.
Okay.
So if you'll just send it to me. Okay, great, thanks, sorry. She had this. Yeah, mine too. I handed it over.
There you go. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for signing that, and I think we are next on the, or do you want to go back to planning?
No.
Okay, so we have Arlena Yazzie, and then we have Laurel Schaefer here, and then also, are we bringing Katie up?
I asked Shaq
Okay.
if we have enough time, but it seems like we're kind of running a little bit late.
Okay, well, Katie, wave your hand. Katie is our new co-coordinator of the CNC program with Arlena, so, okay.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
I wanted to talk a little bit about this project really quick. It is not a Team Up Southwest project. I'm not sure where the wires got crossed there. It is a multi-county partnership, and it includes Dolores County, Montezuma County, La Plata, Archuleta, and San Juan. And it's some money from the state. Originally, they awarded us the money so that we can all work together and see what we need for our communities. which we are still doing. So everybody in the 5 counties landed on a mural project. And Arlena can tell you more about that. We reached out to our 4-H program and gathered youth perspective from them, and they helped design this. So I'm going to let Arlena take over.
Hello, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So I think I know where the wires got crossed. At about the same exact time as we were talking about this, the Child Maltreatment Prevention Action Team was also talking about their mural. So we had a couple of murals going on around at the same time. But yeah, so several months ago, I had asked if you guys had any wall space. We talked about the Jersey Shore, the Jersey break, the Jersey barriers. And they were just too short and too kind of corroded for us to even really consider it. And you guys had brought up, well, maybe we could look at any of the walls at the fairgrounds. And I did take I was able to listen to some of your comments from yesterday. And I really liked, Commissioner Stevenson, your comment on the beef barn. And I think you said the right side. Is that looking straight at it?
The east side.
So, sorry, the east side, which would be facing the arena or the big barn?
They're
Main barn.
facing the main barn.
The main barn, okay. Yeah, so I was actually looking, I went and drove around the fairgrounds to see if there would be any prospects for walls. And I think that the height of the beef barn is like almost perfect for the kind of project we're thinking about. Like Laurel had briefly mentioned, I reached out to several different youth-serving organizations to see if we could gather just some different youth from different groups to see if they'd be willing to contribute to this project. And we were able to have like a concept meeting with them. So we had about 3 youth from the 4-H program, and we had, I think, 4 or so youth from the N.M.P.M project come together on like a Zoom meeting to talk about really this concept around resiliency was what the theme was for all of the 5 counties. And you saw a couple of the designs yesterday of ones that have already gone out. So there was one in Ignacio, one in Pagosa, there'll be one in Dolores County and San Juan County as well. And this design was actually the second iteration of the first one we just really didn't feel represented our community. It looked a lot more like Rico or like more forested area, and I had to contact our designer and just be like, we don't have a lot of green. We have a lot of brown colors, and we do have some really bright fluorescent flowers during the summer, which although those kind of look a little bit like hibiscus, they're actually Colorado 4 o'clocks. Which you'll often see like out on Phil's World and whatnot. And so I sent them some more reference pictures because I didn't know what pictures they were looking at, and they were able to do like a little bit more representative of our area. So with that, and common ground was a term that was thrown around during the youth meeting. So we thought that would be a nice thing to put into the mural. And if it works out, if you guys are fine with having the mural over at the fairgrounds, then I think it's kind of fits in with common ground, fairgrounds, and whatnot.
Question?
I have one.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna let them talk about it.
I'm sorry, but you might want to pass this design by the weed director.
They don't like Colorado 4
Well, I
o'clocks?
don't know, but I don't want to put something out there that's going to get Bonnie Bend at us.
I think these are flowers, not weeds.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know,
I think these
call
are.
them on one side, but the other side.
So an issue that we do have, so we're actually kind of on a really tight time constraint because the designs came to us, first of all, really late. And so weren't able to get the feedback from the youth and the turnaround for the second design until just recently. And they're technically coming this weekend, so we're kind of on a tight time constraint. And if you guys don't want this mural, we do have one other.
This is fine. I just don't. I don't want.
Well, people will probably think they're hibiscus, to be honest. But
If it is a weed, she'll probably just spray over it.
she'll put in columbines on her own. Yeah, so we weren't able to get like a third iteration. It was a very challenging process even to just get like a little bit more representation from our area, and I think they did a better job on the second go around, but unfortunately we don't have enough time to get another redesign from them before they come here.
I'm good with it as long as you didn't listen to Commissioner Stevenson's other comments about the bird.
So I did hear the comment about. So I did hear the comment about the bird, and I did like a quick revision. And you can look at it. I put it into GIMP. Huh?
Where's the panther?
I'm not photoshopping in a panther. So I did.
Up on this platform, we bleed blue and white.
I did ask the designer this morning if we could give the bluebird a little bit of a diet and stretch it out a little bit and make it into more of a western scrub jay, which is I think what is represented in like the Mancus blue jays and even like on our bluebird flowers. So
strong.
So we'll see. We'll see what we can do as we're working through it to try to make it like I've honestly never seen that kind of bird around here, but it's not to say it's not here. And our designer did say that there was a reference picture from this area, but I expressed like our commissioners would like prefer something that's a little bit more representative. So we'll see what we can do. We can work.
Chest with an M on it.
Yeah.
Hey.
And also,
That was specifically one commissioner decision.
It also has the support of the administrator.
And the support of the administrators.
He has no vote.
I don't know about the M, but but yeah, I think so. So one thing that they were trying to keep in mind with this design, as we were like I was saying, like, well, we might be able to put it on this, on the side of these buildings at the fairgrounds, and so something to consider was, well, there's the corrugation, like the kind of rivets of the metal, and you have to make it very bold and not super detailed, just because there could be like warping in some ways when you look at the design when it has that metal shape. So the larger we can go, the better. Just like with the height, and I think, like I said, I think the beef barn would be big enough. But yeah, we'll try to make it big, and you know what? Like I think I'm gonna just say this because I just had this thought. Like I've had this thought throughout this process, but there's a lot of canvas space on those buildings, and it might be something in the future. Like if you wanted a really large, I don't know, somebody on horseback or something, like a giant mural on any of the other buildings.
Well, that can be your next presentation. I think right now, we discussed this yesterday, obviously, you heard our discussion. As long as Justin doesn't have any real particular.
Couple concerns, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Absolutely, because they are going on to his buildings that he has to maintain, but I don't think as far as the commission, we had any other real concerns other than talking to Justin.
Yes.
With the murals out there at all.
So you did answer the one question about the corrugation, because I was concerned about that. My other issue with fairgrounds is for future repairs or touching up. You know, if somebody hits that side and damages some of it, now who's responsible if we have to put a new panel in there to come and touch that up? Or how does that get paid for, or any of that?
Fair enough.
City council.
I don't have an answer for that.
That would be my only kind of.
My thoughts on that would be the maintenance department would handle any maintenance of buildings.
Well, but I don't think that we're taking on any obligation. I mean, this is
Correct.
basically
No.
just permission.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was curious about expectations. If for some reason the fairgrounds manager comes to the commissioners or the wall needs to be replaced, how upset are you all going to be if, in 2 weeks this thing's gone? I know that that's not anybody's intent. It might be up there for decades, but I mean, I don't think we're entering into any sort of formalized contract. We're just, the commissioners are allowing you to do this, but without the promise that it's going to be there and in perfect shape for decades. It might change at any time.
Yeah, for sure. Do you have any comments?
No, I just think I think we could probably figure out a way to pay for that if something were to happen and we wanted to keep it instead of paint over it or change the, I think we could figure that out as the health department.
Okay.
I've got just a couple more things. Thank you, Justin. I don't think I said it, but the organization we're working with is Rise Above Colorado, which is a youth substance use prevention organization, and they do a lot of messaging with youth curation and input throughout the state. So it's a really cool project that we're doing across the region. And I just wanted to add that. But also, so we are going to plan on having this mural done by this weekend. Are you guys set on having the Western scrub jay, or are you okay with the?
Oh,
with
I don't
the
think it
bluebird?
really matters.
It doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. And then, is there any way that we would be able to open up the beef barn if that it sounds like maybe we have that space to be able to use?
That would be something just to communicate through Justin,
Okay.
work with him on that, and because we don't know what he has going on or scheduled out there on a day-to-day basis, so that'll
be communication with him.
Would have
Okay.
to go through Justin.
So I'll connect with you. Okay, great.
I think we're just allowing you to use the site of the building for this beautiful bird here.
At least it's not a turkey vulture.
A turkey vulture would have been also more representative of our area.
Isn't that the official city bird of Cortez?
Oh, wow.
I don't know what that is.
I mean, they're roosting up right up there.
I don't know if it's a city bird, but you all could do a resolution and make it the county bird.
That's true.
I don't know what the official city bird is,
Wait
but
a
I'm
minute.
pretty sure the city flower is the orange construction barrel.
So now that we're way out into the weeds, you do have your approval, and I'm going to go ahead and move forward because
Okay.
I am so far behind.
Yes, okay. And I will at some point, perhaps in the next couple of meetings, Katie and I will come and present to the new commissioners and give you an update on our two programs, the suicide prevention and economic security work.
Great.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, we're going to go to the lodger's tax, or
We've
actually,
got
sorry,
probation.
I skipped one, sorry. Probation membership approval. Brian Kelly? You're getting closer, sorry.
It's the government's number.
You're moving up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Brian Kelly from Probation, and I'm here on a routine approval from the commissioners for our membership to the Juvenile Services Planning Commission. Committee, I'm sorry. So this is a list of people representing different agencies that work with juveniles. And in the state statute, it just, the committee comes up with these names, approves them, and then we're to present it before the county commissioners. We also cover Dolores County, so we'll be going up there next week. So basically, who and what am I? I'm the coordinator for Senate Bill 94, which is in charge of pretrial services for juveniles in this county, in Dolores County.
Okay.
I noticed you got somebody from Dove Creek High School.
We have not yet. I will present to the commissioners up there next week and hopefully get some, a volunteer. So we've reached out, just people haven't responded.
Well, you do have the Dolores County Sheriff, so
Yeah.
with that, it's basically within our court here now to just to give him this approval and move it forward, so.
I would make a motion to approve the proposed membership to the Juvenile Service Planning Committee Board.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to sign and move forward the probational department of the 22nd Judicial District for the proposed membership of the Juvenile Services Planning Committee Board. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. So, Mr. Powers, would you send back the signature page or just get it now?
They've got it, and when I get it back from the deputy clerk, I'll email it to you.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
That'll
Thank you.
probably be this afternoon or tomorrow morning.
Okay. All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly. Oh, I didn't even look.
I don't know if that's for all three of our commissioners.
Yeah, there's 3 signature
It
lines.
is for our commissioners.
That was the pen I used. Okay, next, the lodgers. You guys, come on down. Come on all the way to the front. You had easy decisions to make this year, is what I've heard.
Yes, it was kind of a better year.
Kind of a better year, which we thought we were gonna have a 60% reduction, but
Happy to be wrong.
happy to be wrong.
Well, and
See, that's the attitude I like, Commissioner.
okay, I guess we should introduce ourselves to the new commissioners. We know you, Commissioner Candelara, real well. I don't know.
I'm Kent Lindsay.
Kent Lindsay and Joel Stevenson. I've heard about you and seen you on ads and boards and things. I'm Lee Cloy.
Some of them are still up.
Some of them are still up. You know, you're going to be famous, I guess. But my name is Lee Cloy, and I'm one of the lodgers, committee members, and
My name is Brian Bartlett, and I was formerly with the lodging community here in town for about 15 years. I still have the privilege of serving as the president of the board of directors for Mesa Verde Country, and I'm here in that capacity.
okay. And we got a better report this year. Last year was, as we were saying earlier, kind of like doomsday scenarios. And, well, a lot of the hotels were really losing money. But I might say that no one saw how the tourists were going to act. And cabins and trailer parks and so forth, some of the calls we were getting was like, am I going to be in a cabin and on the property by myself? And I'll rent the place. It's those kind of comments, you know. And some of the trailer parks and so forth and RV parks, they couldn't keep up with the demand. And something funny I read was that the RV business is so loaded with orders, they're like out a couple years. And they're making more and more money. So people are buying them like you just wouldn't believe. So our report looks pretty darn good. At the end of the last year, we were trying to hold back monies to the tune of about $35,000. This year, our contingency is more like, from the time of our meeting, is more like 50. Well, it was 58 before we considered the grinders. I wasn't familiar with this grinder
gravel grinder
situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we were able to reconvene the committee by email and also include them in our recommendations.
Nice.
So I guess if you want me to, I can go through this real quickly if that's how you want to proceed.
Would you please, just for people viewing also on YouTube?
Okay. And you have to forgive me. I got my last surgery last December to fix my last cataract, so I got it for distance driving. But when I look up close, I have to have these low and I can read above at the same time. All right. We were all present at the Views RV Park and Campgrounds in Dolores. And we had funds available at the time of $250,355. And we had grant application request of $191,700. Now, if you notice our request lines, Dolores asked for 29, and Mancos even asked for less. $25,650,000. The interesting thing about that is last year they weren't quite prepared to be cut so drastically because their requests were more in line last year of like the chambers, they were asking like 36,000 for Dolores, and Mancus was asking for 35. And trying to be physically responsible, we took a sharp knife to everybody's request. If you notice this year with their requests, since we had this increase because of the way the tourists acted, we upped their monies after some discussion with the chambers, back close to what they had asked for the prior year. It was the feeling of the committee that we present this to the commissioners in the way that they can kind of get back to normal, in a sense, if there's such a thing as normal after the pandemic. And we're thinking the way it's going right now and the way especially the cabins and trailer parks are being slammed, and I'm using that word, slam. I always laugh about people when they say they're being slammed at one of the tourist operations around here. Slam means money, in a sense. It means you're making money. So we recommended these higher amounts than what they requested because they were still thinking they were having to operate in a steer kind of situation. And the Cultural Center, last year we cut them to 14, but they requested 24, and so we kept it at 24. The Galloping Goose, Brian might speak more to that. We finally got them to kind of follow the rules a little bit, and every year they request $10,000, but we have never recommended that because of the way they had it, not for tourism ideas or
For payroll coverage as opposed to covering advertising and other things that need to be, money needs to be spent for. And we've had those discussions, and they've come back with their request, and they're using it strictly for advertising and promotion, and there's no payroll stipulation at all this time. And therefore we thought, based on the growth that we had in fourth quarter and even in first quarter of this year, that was the big change. That's where a lot of people had this. A lot of people didn't forecast that kind of growth. I certainly did not in the end of the third quarter and the whole fourth quarter. And that's a different type of tourist that's coming through our area, and that changes a lot of how, as leasing, the two visitor centers, the Mancus and Dolores, and the Galloping Goose, how they handle those guests that are coming through that area. They're not typically staffed at that time of the year to handle that volume. This time they picked it up, and if they can be staffed and have the people out there, have the advertising and promotion, and be ready for this, I think we can really see these numbers climb even higher with a very strong third quarter and fourth quarter again this year. And sky's the limit as far as I'm concerned this time around. Thank you.
I'm going to agree with that, with some reservations, because I'm always worried about how we get through the fire season and what have you. But hopefully it stays rosy like that, and all we get is smoke like we're getting right now. Continuing on with the report, Mesa Verde Country asked for 85,000 again. Last year we cut them to 70, but we put them back at the 85. And Ute Mountain Rodeo, their request has been kind of flat with the 2,500, and we recommended that again. And then the next item is with this growth in mind, and actually what we have as a contingency right now and what we have received so far in May. We're on track to have a really good year, and we want to be better able to advertise on the county's website and also in the newspaper and get the application out there to help with the growth of the tourism. And this total recommended grant approval that the committee is recommending to you, we do have the supplemental, the Ride of the Ancients that I think Mr. Dietrich, I think it was, had talked to you about previously. And we did a email and came back with a unanimous recommendation for the 5,000. So our total recommended grant request for your review is $196,700, leaving us a contingency at the time when we had our meeting of $53,655. But like I said, May was a good month, and we picked up another over 21,000. So we're on track, and hopefully we'll do well. And if there's any questions, I'll try and answer them. And if I can't, Brian will.
From this commissioner, these two gentlemen on the left and right of me didn't have to deal with the cuts that we had to deal with last year, and then all of the public outcry that we had through some public meetings late last year. So this is a lot easier to deal with this year. So I think it's great. Obviously, it didn't hurt us as bad as the projections initially were, which was a huge concern to the community, and I think it's great. So, gentlemen, any comments, questions? Or
No, I'd like to commend you on your recommendations here and your allocations. Keeping a good reserve is, I think, going into the years to come, it might be essential.
Thank you.
You want to move that forward for approval?
I move that we approve the recommendations from the Lodgers Tax Committee.
I'll second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to approve the grant applications to the people presented in the amount of $196,700 from the Lodgers Tax. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very
That
much.
was easy this year.
Yeah, it's been a year. Yeah, and I do agree with you. The outcry at the end, I think
We had several calls, emails, some of our public meetings were pretty,
yeah.
I get it.
Okay.
It's all good. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Haley, we'll bring you back up here.
And then if it would please the commission, I can move the PILT SRS discussion to my report.
We'll see how long this takes.
Okay.
I think we're just signing now, right?
We could discuss right now also the school district fees.
Okay. Wherever you want to start.
Well, you want to start with school district?
Sure.
Okay, number 4.
Number 4. So the school board met in April and May. Kyle Urchebeck, the new finance officer for the school district, presented their new calculations for fees in lieu of land for our school district RE1. And they were adopted, I believe, at the school board's May 11th meeting. And so in doing so, in our land use code, we list those fees, and we will need to adopt that into our land use code. However, John says is the appropriate manner. It's not anything that we control the fees, but we need to adopt them into amending our land use code.
And so I think what we do is we just, my mic's not on. I think what we do is we just put them into our land use code. If that's where they are right now, they're not in a separate document. They're actually in the code.
They are in the 5-page fee schedule.
Okay.
So they're not actually in the land use code body. They're in the supplemental fee schedule.
Okay, so let's fix the fee schedule and present a resolution to the BOCC for approval. You all actually have no authority to set the fees that the school board imposes. We just collect them for them. And so this is just administerial. It's not any sort of political thing that you guys are doing. So we just need to make sure the land use code correctly reflects the fees, or the fee schedule correctly reflects it. So I don't think it's necessary for us to do public hearings, anything like that, because input to you all makes no difference.
It goes to the school board.
Yes.
We're just making it consistent with what they approved.
Yep, so it's just a correction, and so we'll fix the fee schedule, present it with a resolution, whenever you want.
Okay.
Next meeting or whenever.
All right.
And we can adopt it.
Fair enough?
For my knowledge, does Dolores and Mancus have a fee schedule also?
Correct.
Okay.
Each school district has their own fee schedule.
Because we just been talking Cortez lately.
Right.
RE1 has not updated theirs since, I don't know, it's been 10 years?
I don't remember what I read. I did read it, though. I want to say 2007.
Okay.
Something like that, yeah. 15 years, close to it. And they have a whole calculations sheet that we can hand out or people can request to see who, what, when, why, and how, if they didn't go to the school board meetings.
Right. Went up by a couple $100 or something.
Correct. The other item is just a confirmation from John with Colorado revised statutes. We have an application that's gone through the process to subdivide a single lot development. The question may or may not apply now depending on the new owner, but if a new owner buys the property prior to the Mylar being completed, signed, and recorded, if that new owner could adopt the same application for the same subdivision that was approved and get the signatures and record it without having to go back through the process.
And I told planning, yes, these things run with the land. They're not owner specific, they're property specific. And so it only makes sense, I think, to let the new owner basically adopt what's already been started and take it over from there.
Because the land hasn't changed.
Right.
Correct.
And he's good with it.
And the fees have been
He or
paid,
she.
supposedly.
But the new owner may do something different now anyway.
Yeah.
It's under contract, he's thinking on it. The other item, which we've had requested 2 or 3 times, is for a completely developed subdivision. If there's any way, shape, or form, one of the lot owners could get out of the subdivision. And I didn't find anywhere where state statute allows that. It doesn't make sense because there's no compliant creation of that property at that point. But I just thought it might be a good idea to
That's a good question.
because if it was easy
Heard of that, but
and simple, everybody would do it, so they didn't have covenants or HOA fees.
Get out of your covenants.
But I just didn't know if somewhere in all the revised statutes wording there was a process, or, I understand if you have one, the developer creates it, nobody's living there, he wants to vacate 1 or 2 lots, we've done that and pulled those out of the subdivision.
Dwelling within the subdivision that wants
He's the
to-
developer and nothing's happened, but where everybody's purchased a lot, I don't see any applicable way of ever getting out of one.
I think that would be between the person or residents that wants
And
to
the
get out in the
subdivision.
subdivision, not us.
Okay,
Might
but
have to get approval through us, but they need to, that's between them and the subdivision.
then they would have to,
if they tried to do that though, then they have a non-compliant parcel is not part of a subdivision, and how was it created?
So,
then they have to go.
You would have to grant an exemption
Right.
at that point,
Which
after
we
the
would
fact.
only do if the subdivision approved it and they came to an agreement. So if the subdivision accepted that and said, oh yeah, it's okay for the Smiths to not be in our subdivision anymore, only then would it come through you and us approve it.
But
That's
would you have
very
to
unlikely to
Wouldn't you have to
happen.
redo the subdivision then?
You would have to amend the subdivision
Yeah.
because you've changed the boundaries. And obviously, I don't think anybody in the middle of, say if you've got 30 lots, you couldn't pick one out of the middle. It'd have to be a perimeter.
That's almost like flagpole annexation.
Right.
Or de-annexation, whichever you want.
I think it'd be highly unlikely for the subdivision to approve that for one property.
And basically, everybody in the subdivision would have to sign off on it.
It's
Or a
just
majority,
between
however they're
them.
set up,
It's
yeah.
between them.
Yeah, it
It's
would
just
really
not
be
our
their
problem.
Homeowners Association or-
If they agree to it and if they approve it, then they can come to us and ask for us to create an exemption, change the subdivision, but only after they've all approved it and the entire subdivision's okay with it.
If the covenants have expired and there's not an HOA,
That was my next question. What
are you
happens when
just
the
gonna
covenants
talk to
expire?
your two neighbors and two
They s-
people can let you out of a 30-lot subdivision?
They still probably may have some sort of obligations towards the rest of the subdivision. So again, that's, I think, for each individual owner to get legal input, consult with an attorney, and figure out how to make good with their subdivision before it even comes to you or us.
Okay, that's just what I need to advise them is,
Yeah, it's a private dispute at this point.
okay.
Maybe we should have a rack of lawyer cards over here.
Okay. What else do you have?
I
Other
think
than
that,
signatures?
I think that wraps it up other than signing.
All right, we'll come down.
Perfect.
Don't need one. Who needs one?
I know, I'm getting my stamp.
We're gonna get a stamp.
I'm gonna get stamped.
Yeah, we're gonna get a stamp.
I'm gonna say Boyd. Rejected.
Boyd, that's absolutely right.
Oh, am I ready?
Drafted.
Thank you, Dexter.
You betcha. See you, Dexter. Thank you, guys.
It's a tough one. Third of an acre. So wait.
I don't have these.
I'm like, wait, that's not on the agenda, wait, that's not on the agenda. I'm like, what?
They're listed as, most of them are. Marsh.
Last one was supposed to be Jack, but he was, supposed to read for So then I walked in and then everybody was like, they wanted to observe, so they were like,
Where's your assistant?
On their way to Maine, New York, or
it was good.
somewhere in the northeast.
There we are.
It was hard for me not to get a reserve, but, I couldn't.
We lost the chair. It's your turn, Jim, hurry up.
We're still on YouTube, guys.
I know. vacation.
I'm at borderline, I keep maxing out. I'm gonna quit earning time here pretty quick. I am almost maxed out on time, so I quit earning. I have to take a day off every 2 weeks until I can actually take some time off.
In other words, she's gonna take a month off there pretty quick.
Yeah, last minute.
She's just not gonna show up for a year here pretty soon.
I might just not come off until one day. I'll be on the trail.
Watch out for Jim, he's gonna be coming up the hill. on his
He'll
bicycle.
drag his bicycle.
If you have a flat, you can't walk out, you just leave. Leave it there and go climb up the hillside.
Helicopter out of southwest out there.
I drive by and some of those people, I'm like, good for you. It's better than I thought. It's like, then they stop on that wide turn, the little pull off there. I'm like, yeah, that's like, that's as far as I'm going today. I'm going back down. It's like, I would die.
One more for you, Jim.
That's it?
Should be it. Want something else?
Okay, now.
Good.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Don.
Thanks, Don.
Appreciate it. So with that, Shaq, I agree with your recommendation. We're gonna go ahead and push off the SRS discussion, and we'll start that in the afternoon along with our public safety. So gentlemen, with that, we will reconvene at 1:30 and we will go have lunch. Thank you all.
Is it you or me, Shaq?
Hold on.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice to see you guys.
Good to see you.
head down?
We are live.
Except at the funeral home.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 1:30 and we are going to get this meeting going again. With that, we have our public safety up at 1:30 and we have our Sheriff Steve Nallen here. Come on up.
Good afternoon. I didn't. All right. Yeah, we're going to handwrite mine too, but one has mine. Ta-da. Look at that. Got it fixed. You thought I couldn't do this. You done good.
Okay.
I'm not done yet.
Good, all of ours are blanks.
Oh, wow. Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners and Lynn. For the month of May, our calls for service were 1,406 total. At the end of the second quarter, you'll be getting those comparisons like we did the first 3 months, okay, along with the jail intake. 176 traffic stops, our DUIs are up, our drug arrests are up, domestic violence is up, attempted suicides are up, threatened suicides are up, and actual suicides are increasing. Well, that's pretty much it. It is 24 hours nonstop with our folks. Any questions about our calls for service?
You know what's amazing is 911 hang-ups. It's always pretty minimal.
Yeah, I mean, it's somebody who calls and then they don't give any information, they just hang up. We still respond to that if it captures the address. The other one with the 911 an open line. One was an actual domestic in progress. The other one was some kids who like to dial 911 because they learned how. Okay, So for our jail, here are the numbers for our transports. In the month of May, we had 3 adults, 1 juvenile transported, total of 80 hours, 2,313 miles were traveled. Get to the right one here. And the per diem costs for our deputies during the 2 adult transports, $193 for the month of May. And this is what our jail numbers look like in the month of May, from May 1st through the 31st. Highest days you're going to see is 79. There's a couple of 79 in there. We're currently at 73. We had last night 8 in, 4 out. So this seems to be going, the weekends are always the heaviest. A lot of them are PR bonds, and so they come in, they're in for 24 hours, sometimes less, and they're gone. So it's in and out. This is the breakdown of the arrests for the month of May. How many males and females. You can see the total number of arrests that day and the total number of releases that day. There's only a few in here that you'll see that we have more releases than we had intakes, such as on the 18th or the 17th and again on the 28th. So we had a total of 145 arrests in the month of May. These are our total numbers as of May. We've lost 5 of these now. So we're still holding 6, I think.
Those are some pretty long days still for holding 26 days. I thought
yes.
we had, the last time we talked to the DOC, they were going to get them out.
And then they had outbreaks when they were inundated with transports. Everybody in the state, every county jail has got DOC inmates to go. It's not just us. So we're in line. They put us in line when we send them the notice that we have an incarceration for DOC. that's been ordered by the court. They're notified that day. And so they put us in a queue. And so we try to transport as many as we can at one time. We were having to go just to Canyon City at the Centennial Prison for transfer, but now they've opened up their Denver facility and we have to go all the way to Denver to drop them off.
So do you see any reduction in that of the 26 days, or, because it sounded like
They're
they
charged
only
for
get-
every one of those days. Yep.
Right, they're charged for it, but not, they don't pay for it.
No, they're charged right now at $57.97 for 234 inmate DOC days. They're charged at, that's what they reimburse at, but they're charged at $75 a day. So there's always that accumulating amount every single month where they're billed that, but it's actually, that's what they're reimbursing. So that should actually say 75 instead of 57.97. That's what they pay. And we had been doing that. I have to make sure that the detention supervisor makes a correction and puts down in there what they're billed and what they're actually paid, what the reimbursement costs. And you'll see that that has gone up a couple dollars for starting July 1. I'm sorry, don't mean to laugh. But
Like that one guy there that's been in there since December, why would he stay here for
he could
7
be in here
months?
for, see, it shows, it came in December.
December 2nd.
Yeah, but he had been out.
He's out. He was there for
So he
31
was,
days.
yeah, he
That
was,
was,
that's the day that he came in, but he wasn't sentenced.
Oh, I
Okay.
see.
Yeah, he wasn't sentenced until in the month of May. So as you can see, some of them that were sentenced at the first part of May were only in for about 26 days, and they were transported out.
I see.
So we've got some that have been in there for 31. We could have already transported some of those to Denver. Now this is just the month of May, not the month of June. For Dolores County, they have, we've had 2 in there, one for 12 days, one for 2 days. And they'll be billed at the $75 per day. And this is what our expenses are for the month of May. As you can see, for Department of Corrections, it's only $13,564 is what they've been billed for.
How many city prisoners do you have?
What's that?
How many city prisoners do you have?
None. Well, we just, other than this, just this week, we've had 3. Same person, 3 different times.
So what that means
Yeah.
is that
They're not being charged with
Right.
municipal or county, it's all state.
Right. No municipal charges, no municipal arrests.
they'll either summons them and cite them, or
Mhm.
they'll charge them under Colorado revised statutes,
Yep.
and not under municipal.
To avoid municipal charges and municipal billing. Told you this was coming. That's what they'll do.
Saves them money.
Yeah, it's, they just don't, the city just does not like to pay the county for holding their prisoners. So, there you go. This is what we received under the sheriff's fees into the sheriff's office for the month of May. At $35,142.92 total. Questions about that so far? Nope. Okay. Here is our letter from the Department of Corrections that shows that they are increasing, our state legislators have increased from inmate reimbursement days per day from $57.97 to $59.42.
My guess, Steve, I haven't looked at that bill. I should look at it, Senate Bill 21205. My guess is that that's not a completely honest statement by DOC.
Probably
and
not.
That's the minimum that they're required to pay us.
And I think you need to reach out to them again. I really do.
I mean,
See, and I would agree with that, because when I looked at that scale on that chart,
Mm-hmm.
it shows us over $100 per day.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
yeah.
So-
And the way the statute used to be written, and I haven't looked at this new Senate Bill 21205, is that the legislature passed a minimum.
Minimum.
They're not allowed to pay us less than that.
Yeah.
So for them saying that, oh, here's the new rate that the General Assembly says we're to pay you,
Yeah.
is, you know, only a little bit true.
Yeah, exactly, and John is right, yeah.
Because they're not even meeting our costs.
$75 a day is what they should be charged with. Okay, if not more. So.
Can you look at that, John?
Yeah.
I mean, 'cause the way I read that, it definitely doesn't show that, but I could be wrong.
I still think that there needs to be written correspondence to them that this is what they owe. That's just me.
I mean, we've done that.
I know
Not
that,
allowed
and they
that.
blow you off, I know, I know.
'Cause
It's like,
there's a lot of difference.
oh yes, there is. There really is. I've got 3 budgets that I'd ask for that to be approved. I still don't have a finance code yet for the first NRA range grant, $1,556, unless you know of something different, Shaq.
No, I
But it's
don't.
coming.
When does that grant start?
It actually starts July 1.
Okay.
So we're good.
We'll have it in there
Yeah.
July 1.
The second one is the second grant that we were just awarded that goes into effect July 1. And that'll be for $10,163 for range improvement and grant training.
And are those so that the administrator has ammunition to shoot at the range? Because I
Oh,
can't
yeah.
afford any or find any.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
fine. Yeah, yeah, we're fine. Yeah, we're fine. Thanks. We're qualifying every quarter and training every other month. The third one is the battle grant, which is an auto theft grant that was awarded through the Colorado Department of Public Safety from a grant they obtained from the Colorado Auto Theft Prevention Authority for equipment at the cost of $51,964. That goes into effect July 1, and that is for for 2 license plate readers, and that will be reimbursed as soon as that invoice is received. So those are the 3 grants that I have. Do you want me to put them back up again?
You just, well, yeah, because.
Okay.
Well,
We'll start
I
off
can
with-
remember it all, but.
Yeah, I know.
Joe
We'll,
might not
we'll start
remember
off
too.
with this one. Go ahead.
So,
Eh, This isn't a contract to sign. You don't need to motion anything. These are just
I
budget amendments we'll have to make.
Basically accept them, to accept the grants, the NRA grants, one in the amount of $1,556, one in the amount of $10,000. You can scroll down for me.
I thought you could remember that, yeah.
I didn't say those numbers.
Here we go. Second one.
10,163, and then number 3.
My finger can only move so fast, sorry.
In the amount, which is the battle grant, in the amount of $51,964. And if you have those, I will sign them.
I just asked for their approval so that as soon as the money is received, we have a finance code for this one.
Okay.
And that goes directly into the general fund, and then it is pulled out of there by invoice. Yeah. So I just need to have those approved. That's all I'm asking. There's nothing to sign.
Okay, not
Yeah.
today. All right,
Yeah.
good.
We're okay? Okay. Okay.
Good.
All right.
Probably do a verbal, two of you say that
It is okay to accept.
I like it. It's great. Turn the music back on. That was even better. So.
Steve, I don't see that letter in the packet of stuff that Shaq gave us. Can you send me the DOC letter? I just looked up the
Sure.
21205 that I thought is what it referenced, and
Really, you don't have? Okay, I can sure send that to you.
whatever the referencing doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I'll send that to you so you'll have some reference to it.
Okay.
One of the last things, not the last thing, is I'm requesting that the fire ban be put into effect in Montezuma County.
I'd like to ask it to be effective at 0600 hours or 6 o'clock in the morning, tomorrow morning, Wednesday the 16th of June.
So the one that's drafted says immediately, so.
I don't have a copy of that. You said you got it.
Right now, can you tell us why you think the fire ban should?
Sure.
Thank you.
Because every single fire chief in the districts of within Montezuma County are in support of this. We have no moisture, haven't had for a couple of weeks, and there's no forecast. Yeah, no forecast again for any consumable moisture whatsoever. The vegetation moisture content is dropping rapidly.
That's probably good enough for it. So
Okay.
That's good news.
And the other thing too is that the Forest Service, I just looked at this email, their stage 1 fire restriction is effective June 16th also. So for the average public, they're gonna have to kind of look at to see what stage 1 and so forth restricts them to. In Montezuma County, it's gonna be a fire ban.
Yes. Forest Service
totally.
has put out public information, as well as it's on the Sheriff's Office website as we speak, as well as the mobile app. It'll also be sent out on Nixle. The Bureau of Land Management is putting in their stage 1 beginning on Thursday throughout BLM lands in Montezuma County. It could probably blow over into Dolores County too, I'm not sure. But what that is that no campfires outside of designated campgrounds with designated fire rings. That's what stage 1 is.
I move to accept this resolution to reimpose a fire ban starting at
6 a.m.
6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept resolution number TBD 2021, a resolution reimposing a fire ban in Montezuma County effective 0600 on the 16th of June. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. As soon as I get that, then we'll get that on the website too. Okay, and I'll put that out. Also be with the county public information officer. That'll be posted on the website, the Sheriff's Office website, the county website, through our mobile app, Nixle Alert, as well as CDOT. I've already contacted them. As soon as I give them a call that it's been approved and will be implemented, they will put it on the stationary mobile messaging boards that are out there. So that'll help inform the public that we do have a fire ban. No fireworks, no nothing.
Do we have any other ways of doing PSAs, like through the radio station or through the, I mean, can
Yep.
we do that? Because I'm
Yes.
sure that would really help the fire department.
KSJD, I'll notify them. They put it out, KBFC.
Okay.
As well as we could have even posted on the cable channel too. Can you do that?
Get with Jim and Roger, we'll check with
Yeah.
Say
Yeah,
what?
that's
Yeah.
what it is. Say what?
I've got 5 banners coming, that are being made right now. No open burning, burn ban in effect.
Okay.
Along with our no open burn signs that'll go at First National Bank, Station 3, the airport, and these are the 5 banners. We'll put it strategic
Okay.
locations around the community.
Would it also include no fireworks or not? I mean, the ban does exclude fireworks as well as the state law. But that's what thing that we're going to have to worry about coming up for 4th of July. Yeah, they are. So there is some fireworks that are going to happen on the 3rd and the 4th, but individual fireworks are unlawful. Yeah.
Also, what about CDOT and their big over the highway?
Yeah, that's what I said. Their message signs, their permanents. Yeah, they're going to put those up. That fire ban's in effect. That'll help. At least to notify the motoring public that travels through.
They had it on there a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I know. That's like, well, I know that Jay's been getting a lot of calls. He's telling me that he's got citizens calling, wanting to know, and
Well,
I've had a couple.
We've talked about it. It's
Yeah.
time. I mean, we're going to hit triple digits
Oh,
today.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The RH is probably, is it in single digits yet? 4 to 5%.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And winds tomorrow.
we're way. We,
I think I believe BIA is going to follow suit with whatever the commissioners decide today, so we'll anticipate that going to.
That's what I understand. They told me that they were. I was supposed to have a meeting with BIA and the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe tomorrow at 10, but I just got notified 30 minutes ago that meeting was canceled, but they are going to follow suit with what the county does. So.
Okay.
I know with our emergency, I asked Jim, our emergency plan engineer, about firefighting water. You know, some of the canals are going to be shutting down. And
Yeah. We're not going to have any water.
Yeah. Well, they're going to keep the one south full. I don't think they're going to use out of it, but they're going to keep it full so you can get through it.
Yeah, they've had to dip out of that before. I mean, when we had the Hawkins fire. Some of the lakes and the ponds are getting low, okay, and so it could be long trips for airdrops with water.
Well, even
Don't know.
tanker shuttles might be long.
Yeah, so, but at least we still have the majority of the resources here, thank goodness.
If I may say,
Mhm.
2 seats came in today. I just talked to Jeremy Pat. 2 seats, got 2 helicopters in position going to the airport. So
Okay, well, that's good. They're not in Durango or Grand Junction or Montrose, so we're good. Yeah, that's better. So hopefully we can tackle any problems after that. Go ahead.
One other thing that they talked about at CCI during our Western District meeting was they're getting ready to start building it, obviously at the Air Force Academy, that new wildland where they're going to actually store these tankers.
Right.
It won't be available this year, but it sounds like our resources basically out of Albuquerque, Kirtland Air Force Base there. Do you guys have that? Is that readily available to you? Do you have that information? Do you?
No, we're relying on the state's aircraft.
Okay.
And National Park Service, they still have their helicopter up in Mesa Verde, don't they, or is it in Durango? Okay, yeah. So we've got several, so long as they're not pulled to other fires somewhere else. Oh, thank you, dear.
Jim, are you getting up weekly, monthly, daily updates on available aircraft?
Yeah, yes, sir. Every Monday on the zone control.
Okay.
Meeting, which I missed today, but yeah, we're keeping updated with National Parks and Forest Service, BOM, and where all the crafts are, all the equipment and stuff like that.
our wellman coordinator, Matt Sheeter, is on those weekly meetings with Chief Lanu, the division chief that's stationed out here, and then the battalion chief, Logan Davis, which is stationed right at Carruth as well. So our resources for this area are much, much better than they used to be, and the information is constant.
Right.
Okay.
Put
Yeah.
a big red dot on it.
Yeah,
Good.
so long as they don't get pulled to other large fires, like what happened last year, then we're stuck with a pretty skeleton crew, and unfortunately, all of the fire districts, you know, and it can be really taxing and time consuming. So this fire ban is going to help as far as at least our resources that we have here locally. We're hoping. The last thing, one of the last things I wanted to talk to you about was the bike trail. Supposed to be the pedestrian bike trail from Dolores up off the Dolores Norwood Road.
The 3 of us are going to go up there this afternoon.
Okay. Certainly not a pedestrian trail. It's a mountain bike trail, is what it is. I have put in a call for Sean Gregory, but I have not heard. I haven't heard from him yet. What I'm concerned is when the trail breaks out up on top. Okay. The flags that I saw, he was going up next to the fence, the property owner's fence, and cutting through. It looks like they were going to cut through a lot of scrub oak and everything else. That's going to kill that plant, and when that happens, live scrub oak doesn't burn very well, but dead scrub oak does. I need to have the bicycles down in the right-of-way where the traffic can see them, because that speed limit is 40 miles an hour. And I think you all know that's not always adhered to. a lot. It's much higher speeds. And it's easier to have the traffic see these bicycles, even though they're not on the road, but they're in the bar ditch where that trail should be. Because it's just supposed to get from Dolores to the Boggy Draw trailhead. That's what I understood from all these meetings that I had attended. And so I changed his flagging out to where it should be so that it's in the open and people can see them, especially when they cross those county roads and those private drives. They were having them right up through the brush, and I can just see
So
the problem.
you're talking from V.2, because the trail's built to V.2 right
Yeah.
now, correct?
Yes,
And
it's
then
up to
from
V2.
V.2 in our right-of-way up to W?
W, and then W to the Boggy Draw
To the
trailhead
Forest
at
Service.
the end of W there where the Forest Service 527 meets.
So you're saying it's too close to the fence
Yeah,
line?
and they were going to be cutting right through brush and everything else, and you're not going to see that. We have enough wildlife that crosses that Dolores Norwood Road that this is, we're just looking for conflict, and I don't want that. I want them to be seen. There's no sense in having this thing going through brush and everything else, especially when it crosses private drives and those undesignated county roads that go into the subdivision like at V6. It's so much easier to leave them there where they're at, alongside but well off the road. It's well off the road. There's plenty of space there for them to put a nice level easy path all the way up to W and go east.
Is this part that you're talking about, part that's Montezuma County right away, or is it the private property owners that give them permission?
No, it's within the county road right of way. Okay. Now where they went through on private land, I don't know. That may have been in the draw, but I don't know.
They got permission.
They did. Yeah, I don't care about that. That's
I don't
fine.
think they have all of the easements secured
Yeah.
because they were wanting to go from V.2 all of the way to that parking lot.
Yeah.
But I don't
know.
I'm not sure though.
It doesn't look like it from the flags I saw. So I just wanted to get a hold of Shawn and talk to him about it and let him know that I moved those and the reasons why. I just asked. There's no oversight in how this thing has been constructed. So it was supposed to just be along the east side of County Road 31. The pedestrians and bicycles are not going to use that. I mean, some of those folks that are mountain bikers, they're going to use that trail. But the rest of the public, it's not going to take the public off that road. I mean, some of the folks that walk up there, there's no way. I mean, one of it's a really steep grade. It is. It's a narrow path.
I would talk to him about it. I mean, I think the idea was to make it a biking trail, but I don't.
But
I went to one meeting.
I was told
a
it was
biking pedestrian.
That's
trail
what I
was
was
the
told. Yep.
Conversations that we
Yep.
had had.
Right.
Yep.
So it was to do both. It was to
Yeah.
get the people specifically off
off
of
of the
hill.
asphalt. Yes. But
I mean, we didn't put any frames.
I know.
No, we talked-
You know, and I know there's never, and I've talked to Rob Engelhardt about it. He agrees. It's like, well, I don't know. You know, nobody wanted him to help supervise where that's supposed to go. You know, just so long as it's not on the road. He and I both agreed we didn't want him on the road, but that trail that they have is not going to do what I thought it was intended to do. And but when you get up on top, keep it off the road. Maybe we can get the pedestrians and bicyclists to use that trail as soon as they break up on top past V2, around the guardrail that sweeps to the left if you're northbound. Right there, you can stay right in that bar ditch, well off the road, and go all the way to W without any conflicts at all. But to have them go up grades and through brush and everything else, I just
I
think
didn't
that
think that right away was that big to be able to do that there.
It's pretty wide up through
it's
there.
pretty wide in there.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
pretty wide.
Yeah, it's pretty wide right there.
That sounds like a fun trail. Though.
Yeah, I know, right? You know, for the mountain bikers, I'm sure it's great, okay? Like we don't have enough, but anyway. I want it to be used by pedestrians and bicyclists. That was what I thought the whole point was.
Joe's gonna use it this
I'm just
afternoon.
making a point that I'll try to talk to him and because I know that you folks approved that to be there. But there was, like I said, there was never any oversight about how they were doing. They were just on their own and they did their thing, and it's like, wow. Well, that beginning area is a real steep grade. I'm sorry, those folks are not gonna, to try and put a pedestrian and a bicycle on that same trail, you're waiting for a crash. So, I mean, I can see them coming down. From the speeds I've seen in the past, coming down Road 31 on a bicycle, they're not even supposed to exceed the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit by state law. But coming down that trail, I know that they're going to be cooking it. It'll be interesting. All I can say is that I'm going to ask him to just do what I ask up on top. It'll be so much easier. And they're not going to be able to ride that trail when it's wet and muddy and snow and whatnot in the wintertime. It's not going to be used during that time. There's no way. I just kind of, from what I've seen there, these are folks that always went up to the Boggy Draw trailhead and unloaded there. Now they're going to unload down in Dolores to use that. Some of them, not all of them, because that's a tough trail. It really is. So it's an endurance one. Give it a try, Jim.
All right. I'll have to go look at it.
Okay. Yeah. And as far as V2, again, just so the concerns that I had for those subdivisions, V2 and V6, being able to have the bicyclists stop, at least make sure that there isn't any cars coming before they shoot across there. That was the same problem we had on 33, coming out of Phil's World on that end. I had 3 residences call and complain about how the bicyclists were just shooting across the county road there without stopping, and they've almost nailed a few on a curve. So BLM actually went out and put up stop signs on that trail to make the riders tell them they need to stop before they cross that county road. And so far, it seems to have helped. No, it's just a sign. It doesn't mean that everybody's going to adhere to it, but it's a beginning. I mean, it's a thought. And if we can keep somebody from getting run over, that's what I want. Okay? Thanks. Anything else?
Yep, 2 more things. One, the IGA for the dispatch center. The commissioners need to make a decision on signing or not signing the IGA. And if you sign the IGA, then we need to appoint somebody to the dispatch advisory committee.
So we actually had our discussions yesterday in our workshop about this. I don't have an issue with this moving forward.
It's going to bind you. I just want you to know that. It will bind you.
But this is a year-to-year contract, the way I read it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just going to bind us for this year. The city did say they would give us, by the end of next week, they would give
Correct.
us that information as far as
That's
if there
what they
was
said.
any overpayment from that 100,000 to that 350,000. But moving forward, we have to do something.
Uh-huh.
So with the advisory committee or the, whatever they call it, that committee of 11 people will then be able to have the oversight
To a certain
of
degree.
everything that goes on within this dispatch center.
Yeah, to a certain degree, you're right.
So
You're going to be fine if you just give it some time for that to happen and those things to occur, so you know the figures, we know the figures and what we're coming up with. This thing could be signed next month in July without an issue. I don't think you have to jump into it now. And like I sent to you, you don't have to sign it to participate in this. So this is a brand new thing. That's up to you. It's your decision. I'm just asking to kind of give it a little bit of time till we find it and know exactly what is going to be in an appendix that's going to be attached to this, which is going to be those fee costs and whatnot, because that's what I've asked them after the meeting. That's what we need. You can attach an appendix to this, but let's wait and see what they come up with of what we're supposed to be reimbursed, what the actual costs are going to be, so that you'll have an idea. I mean, this seems to have been rushed in just the past, 30 to 60 days to get this done. I think that you'd be better off just, let's see what happens, and then you'll know what you're signing. But if you sign this now, you're going to be bound to it till next year, yeah.
But we then have the representative,
I
which
understand
assume
that.
would be you.
If you
You're the
want
one
that,
uses
yeah.
the dispatch, to actually make sure that that is played
Sure.
out
Sure.
moving forward.
Sure.
Is the way I understood it, correct? Guys? I mean,
Yeah.
so I understand
It's
what
up to
you're
you.
saying, but
I mean, it's the Board of County Commissioners' call. Okay?
Jay, what's the fire district's feelings, if you don't mind my asking? You know,
What are we, what?
on the dispatch center agreement,
on the IGA,
on the IGA with the dispatch center.
What's our fee?
No, what's the feeling of the board?
Oh, the feeling, apologies. I presented it to our board, we've had it for, in this form, it was reformatted, did the same thing. I presented it last month to them, they reviewed it for a month, we got this one right before the board meeting, presented it to them, and they signed it, last month. We had to do something, and I felt like, without signing it, I didn't have no voice.
Yeah.
So I want to have a voice, and I have been that way since I started in 2018. This is one of my things, I felt like we need to have a committee decisions for the dispatch center made by committee instead of by one person. And I feel like this at least gives us an opportunity to make committee decisions, accountability, committee decisions for the dispatch center.
And that's fine, it's your decision, and I'll do, you know how I am, I want to know what's going on before, but that's just me.
and I
I'm
don't.
just trying to protect our citizens and our dollars, okay? And what is fair and what's right is what needs to be done, and I understand that. It's your decision. I am looking at other alternatives, but that can continue anyway. Doesn't matter. It doesn't stop anything. So if this is what you want to do, understand, this will be binding,
Correct.
until through
It's-
next
it's-
year.
It's binding for this year,
Yep.
which, I mean, we've been working on this for over a year right now, just trying to get this IGA. But here again, moving forward with the representation,
Yeah.
just as what was stated, I think we have the opportunity to be successful instead of where we are
That's my
now.
hopes. You bet.
So-
That's my hope.
I don't have an issue signing it for a year, gentlemen. I mean, if one of you, or do you guys have any other comments?
I'm just wondering if we ought to just look at their figures they're supposed to bring us next week.
We can wait a week.
Because like I said, a week's not gonna make any difference.
No.
Look at what they send us, and if we still feel the same, then just don't jump into it without seeing the.
Another week does not hurt
We've got
anything.
a meeting with them early in the morning next Tuesday.
Monday.
No, Monday, sorry.
Sorry.
And maybe they'll bring
Sure.
something in, we'll see.
I hope so.
And we
Yeah.
get,
I actually asked them yesterday for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we can postpone this
You know,
for 2
you
weeks.
do have time, that's all I'm saying. Let's
Okay.
see. Right now, you have somewhat of the advantage. Don't throw it away. So, and I don't know if Mr. Baxter has reviewed this or not either. I don't know.
So would you put this, Shaq, on the June 29th agenda under unfinished business?
You want the 22nd or the 29th?
The 29th.
but they, I
Because
mean,
we did give her 2 weeks. She said she would have it for us.
I gave her 2
Monday is
weeks.
what
I
she
don't
said,
want
but-
Right.
to, I don't want to press that.
Sure.
time.
but my two major questions were accountability,
Yes,
like that.
me too.
And performance.
Me too.
And, I mean, those clauses are in there.
Mhm.
We asked and we were shown again that
Yeah.
it was there.
Yeah.
But,
And the biggest thing is, we can't change what the past is.
No, we can't.
We
Okay.
have to go
We
forward.
can't.
We gotta move
and-
forward.
This is brand new, it's forward, but the thing is that you know how my feelings are about
Yeah.
it, okay? And it's okay. I mean, the thing is that I will continue and need to work with everybody, no matter what. And so, That's where I've asked for your guidance and how you want to move forward with it, so.
I
So
have no doubt that she's
if,
gonna have us those numbers Monday. That's what she said she'd do. I think they'll be here.
So,
Sure.
so I
we'll-
want to point out that if the city or the dispatch center did not follow through with the provisions of this contract, we would not be bound because they would be breaching the contract.
Right.
So we'll put signing off the agreement until the 29th, waiting for the numbers that they said that they would get to us. But we also have, at that time, if you
Sure.
have no issues being
You bet.
our
Hopefully I'll have
representative
information
for that.
provided
Do
to
you
me.
have any qualms about being our representative?
No.
Okay.
You're
No,
the user
I think
of the
Shaq would
dispatch
probably be
center.
better. He's more diplomatic. than I am.
I don't listen or know what's going on the radios.
It's a hot potato. But yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks,
Is
Steve.
Uh,
that all?
Anything else, Shaq? Did I forget anything?
I think that's all that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you. Am I losing my DA? If so, I'm gonna bring you up. All right, if so, I was gonna bring you up because
Get the Sprat attack.
the other person doesn't look like they're moving too well. All right, Mr. Spratland, come forward.
It's been on.
Okay.
Is your mic on? Or are you just whispering? And yeah, I saw the email. I'm pulling it right now. Whoops, that's not the one you want.
No.
That was some really good
That
one.
was,
There it is.
Yay.
So I just did a like quarter end kind of, and obviously we're not quite to the end of the quarter, so these numbers will change just a little bit. But from first quarter to second quarter, we had 2 more juvenile cases than previous quarter, 2 more criminal felony cases filed from previous quarter. We're down on traffic a little bit and about the same for misdemeanors. Down a little bit on DUIs, down just slightly on DVs, down slightly on crimes against children, and down slightly on drugs. So it'll be interesting to see, though, what the rest of June looks like and the summer, because usually summers are kind of our busy time. So we'll see what next quarter is. And we are at 5 completed jury trials, and we have 1 scheduled for next week, 6 completed jury trials, and we have 1 scheduled for next week as of April, when they started allowing them again. So we're trying to cruise through them.
Getting there.
Yeah. Slowly but surely.
What's your record on jury trials? You 5-0 or? I don't
think
want to hear
Matt
all,
wants
I
to
don't want
talk
to hear all
about
in
that.
5.
That's a sensitive subject for.
Thank you. No, so we had, frankly, there's 2 kinds of cases that go to jury trial. You got the slam dunk, you need to send this person away for some period of time, and they're not going to take a plea because you're not offering anything that they would want to accept, frankly. And then there's the other kind of jury trial, which is there's a reasonable dispute about the facts in the case, and you need a jury of somebody's peers to sort this out. And so, frankly, in the misdemeanor world, that is the majority of what we have ending up going to trial, because the penalties in a misdemeanor aren't, frankly, harsh enough that we can't work out a deal the majority of the time. And so, of those cases, I did 3 of them, just so that everybody's aware. I am 1 and 2 on those cases. The one where we had frankly, a very straightforward case through. It was 45 minutes to come back and say guilty. And then the rest of them were cases that I was passionate about, I felt needed to go to trial, and those were cases that I knew there were factual disputes in those cases. One was a felony medicine that occurred at Walmart, where there was legitimately a dispute between the defendant in the case and the victim in the case about how the incident had transpired and whether or not the defendant in the case had a good claim to self-defense. Ultimately, a jury found that he did. And so what I want to do is I want to make sure that when we're going to jury trial, that what's happening at the jury trial is the best possible presentation of evidence is what's occurring. And so what does that mean? It means we want to make sure that we're prepared, that our witnesses are prepared, and that our officers are prepared to go into a case, and that once we get through that initial stage, the logistics stage, once we're actually in there in court, we're making an appropriate, reasonable argument, and we're doing so in a way that's comprehensible to the jury. And we frankly have a attorney who did his first jury trial. He's been a registered attorney for a full year and did his first jury trial in May. And I thought he did an excellent job for his first time. But that is a process, a skill, just like any other. If you don't go in and you don't practice it, you're not going to get any better. In really, in a lot of ways, it's no different than carpentry, something like that. And you can say you're really good at it, but until you actually start joining that wood, you're not going to get better. And so this is a growth process for some of these attorneys, and for attorneys that have been doing this for years and years. These are cases that we couldn't resolve any other way. And frankly, I'm not super shocked that there's questions that a jury has about these types of cases. Now, the trick there is to make sure that you're bringing a righteous case before a jury. And what I want is I want to know that our attorneys firmly believe in their position that this person is guilty, that they need to take this to the jury, that there might be a question about what the facts are in a particular case, but that's for the jury to sort out. So the things that we can control what we present and how we present it. And as long as I feel like we're doing a good job with that, I'm going to continue having as many of these trials as I possibly can, because it's going to be, one, a good experience for our younger attorneys, and two, just a necessary thing for the community. The other part about this is that a number of these cases were domestic violence cases, were cases that had within their underlying structure issues related to domestic violence. And we have found consistently, and this has been for the 6-7 years that I've been here, that jurors in Montezuma County are, I don't want to say less receptive to this type of cases, but
More hesitant to convict.
We need to have a more community-focused education about why a victim might get up in a case and say, you know what, I don't really want to talk about this here today. Nothing happened. I know I was upset on the date in question. I know that that's what the video shows, but it's just our business, and I don't really want to throw my significant other under the bus. He provides for me. I need him back in the house. The kids need him back in the house. So I'm not going to talk to you guys about what happened at this particular jury trial. And we had that issue come up twice in the 6 cases that we've been dealing with here. And really, I think what I've talked about with folks in the community is, what can we do to get more information out into the community about why a victim might choose not to stick to their story once it comes to a jury trial in a particular case. Why might that be? And even going so far as to get expert witnesses to come in and testify in that regard, I think that goes a long way. But I think the other component of it is coming to meetings like this, going into the community and saying there's underlying financial factors in a domestic violence case. If you stay home and you take care of the kids, your husband comes home from work, or wife, don't want to be sexist, comes home from work and there is an issue involving domestic violence within the household, and you don't feel like you legitimately have the option to cut this person out of your life, well, you're not going to send them to jail necessarily if that means losing the majority of what your income is going to be for that family. So there's a financial pressure. There's just plain social pressure of this is somebody's spouse, this is somebody's significant other. They really do have a bonded relationship with them, even though it might not be the healthiest. And they still want to see them back in the house. And we hear over and over from victims in cases involving domestic violence. Well, can we just modify the protection order? If I could just talk to them, if I could just have them back in the house, like I know this won't happen again. And that's really not what the statistics show us. The statistics show us that is going to happen again. That they are going to be back in this type of situation. That, you know, frankly, the sheriff's going to go back out to that residence. That CPD is going to be responding to these calls. And in fact, in most cases, we have instances where there's been a call the previous week, and the week before that, and maybe a month before that. And finally now, the incident was serious enough that an arrest was made. And so I think from our standpoint, what's another thing that's within our ability to control? What's within our ability to control is the information and the messaging that we give to the community. And the messaging that I'm going to give the community through my opportunities here is that domestic violence is a large part of the cases that we're seeing within the Joint Sector Judicial District. They're some of the hardest to prove, and there's good reasons why a victim might get up there and tell you nothing happened. And so we're going to work on that end, but I think the most important part of this is getting through these cases, getting them presented to juries, having a jury make a decision. That's exactly why we have that system. So, one other thing that I really wanted to talk to you guys about, unless I'm stepping off the races too.
I asked, I'm sorry, I did.
One of the other things I want to talk to the commission about is the fact that we have upcoming, the Attorney General coming to visit the Four Corners region, July 3rd. I think is the time frame for that. They had sent some information to me. I know that Shaq had also received some communications from them related to this visit. This is regarding the opioid settlement. And I know some of the commissioners, Jim, I remember you being specifically on the call, and I'm sorry, the rest of the commissioners, but I don't remember if you guys were on the call.
No.
But initially when they had told us about the settlement and told us about the potential money coming into the Four Corners region, the AG's office was pushing that we should be doing treatment options in Montrose. And frankly, I find that to be unacceptable. That's not, I'm not saying that the Attorney General's doing anything wrong. I think it's an excellent thing that they've done to get this settlement in. But I have been pushing, I pushed at the initial call, and I'm going to push now, that the treatment center should be somewhere within the Four Corners region. And the opioid settlement kind of groups us into these regions, and we are grouped with La Plata. We are grouped with.
It's back to our 5 counties that we're used to dealing with.
Yeah, exactly. And as strongly as I can advocate for the county commissioners and the various other stakeholders within that group to come together and find and select an area that we could put a treatment facility in, I think that is the best possible option. This settlement money isn't going to get us all the way there. It frankly isn't going to get us halfway there.
It's going to get us Narcan.
Which isn't a long-term solution.
No.
And it is a base to build on. And there are funding options available out there. And to the extent that my office can be a resource for attempts to locate those, I am offering you guys and to the larger community that's receiving these opioid settlement to do that work at some point.
I think that the Attorney General actually presented to us at CCI last week, and then we had a conversation with one of the Plata County Commissioners, and I think Shaq is working on setting up a meeting right now for Dolores County, Montezuma, La Plata, San Juan, and Archuleta counties to start that conversation of where and how we're going to approach this, just basically of what you're talking about. Because we obviously know that over the 19 years or 18 years, whatever that settlement is, it's really very little money to each individual county.
So the counties, well, all the municipalities within our county and all the municipalities and La Plata County have agreed to pool our money into a regional resource.
So we're working on it. It's just a
Matt,
matter of.
I'm getting comments on YouTube that your mic might not be on. Tap it.
Try now.
Sounds like it's on now.
Can you start over, please?
Yes,
No,
I'll just go through
no,
the beginning and we'll go.
Don't start over, please. What is your schedule tomorrow, Matt?
Let me tell you.
6 a.m., go for a run.
Yeah. I have a meeting at 9 that I have to attend and a court appearance at 1:30 that I'm also needed for, but otherwise I'm available.
Okay. Let's get together and talk the opioid settlement before 9 or after.
Yeah, we could do before 9. That's fine.
Okay.
The request or the invitation to meet with the AGs on the 3rd, Saturday the 3rd. I won't be in town, but one of the other commissioners might be able to meet with them.
I think I'm in the same boat, and I've explained to the Attorney General that, you know, my wife insists that occasionally I...
Yes.
What time's he gonna be here?
2:30.
That's a tough day.
I might
That's
be
going
able
to
to
be
make
really
that. I
tough.
should be.
Okay.
It'll be close, but yeah.
I just think that in presenting a unified front to the Attorney General's office regarding this, that we give ourselves a stronger position later on, especially when, you know, I think it's going to be necessary that if we are going to put a treatment facility in, that it be grant funded primarily. And even with a 5-county group, I think it's still going to be tough to pull off. But what I'm saying is that if my office can offer any support, write any grants, do any of these things that are going to be necessary to get the ball rolling, I'm willing to engage in that, because this is a large problem within our community. I know that when we're looking at the felony drug numbers, even between 2020 and 2021, the thing that folks have to remember is that the law changed to decriminalize possession, but we are seeing numerous possession cases where somebody has a small amount of meth or heroin or other drugs on their possession. We're still dealing with overdose deaths. You know, George Devers gives me a call anytime there's an unattended death, and I can't remember a month in which we haven't had at least one. And that is, I think, a consequence of not having good treatment options within our community available. Questions for me?
I don't have any.
Does the Attorney General have those numbers? You send them a...
I certainly...
I have sent numbers from our region.
Okay.
Okay. I certainly could. But I think also that when they were compiling information for the lawsuit itself, that was a large portion of what they were looking at to attempt to get a settlement done. And again, I want to stress that this is not me telling y'all that I don't think the Attorney General is doing a good job. I think getting the settlement was an excellent thing. But I think using that money properly, appropriately, and for the benefit of this community is an absolute necessity.
Yeah, because Montrose is not feasible to us.
Well, Montrose is out of the district now. It's
Yeah.
changed. We went through that, the reorganizational chart. So it's
Region 9.
Just, yep.
Right.
And what I was telling the Attorney General is, you know, at the information...
Anywhere we go to a treatment facility, we're going over a mountain pass or two.
Yeah.
And in the wintertime, we can't cross state lines.
And Commissioner Lindsay, that is essentially exactly what I told the Attorney General on the phone call, is that having a treatment facility that's centrally located, that is convenient for people to frankly attend, one, but two, to get family to, because all the research shows that when there's family involvement in recovery, that it's going to go better. And if you have something that's 4 or more hours away, depending on what the weather looks like that particular week, one, it's going to be difficult to get people there, and two, it's going to be difficult to provide that family support that is necessary for recovery.
Mancos is arguably centrally geographically located and not over a mountain.
Within our 5 counties. San Juan County is in the mountain.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would also,
Is a mountain.
yeah.
I would also like to point out that it's unlikely that there will be a facility going in Apache County, Arizona, or San Juan County, Utah, and we would be pulling from Arizona and Utah as well.
That's a really good point.
And I think that in addition to that, we need to consider the fact that starting a larger discussion with the tribal communities within our region makes sense as well.
Hopefully Monday, we'll see what kind of a conversation we can strike up.
Roger that.
Shaq, what time you want me to swing by?
I sent you a calendar invite.
Awesome. Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Anything
Commissioners.
else?
I appreciate the opportunity.
Does it?
Thank you.
Take care of yourself, Clarissa.
That's not true. I want this on the record. I should push the button again.
How old did he say you were? How old did he say you were? Oh, okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Spratlin, you're next.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Been a long day. Afternoon, Lynn. And John and Shaq.
Morning, sunshine.
I'm gonna put some of this stuff somewhere because it's all gonna fall out there. So.
You're welcome to sit down and use the microphone there, you know.
Yeah. Keen on sitting.
You know,
Like you guys all day.
you could keep it all right in front of you if you promise to read it all to us.
Well, I could always send it out an email.
Yeah.
I think we did get it.
It's already been
We
sent
did
out.
get it in email form.
Yeah.
Well, this is 6:15, so he's
Right?
9:40 this morning.
Yep, I eased up on everybody. This
I've
thing
noticed
worked.
You're using a lot more cayenne.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that time of year.
Yeah.
So we went over, the sheriff went over some, and so did Chief Jay. Yes, I am involved weekly, if not daily, on what kind of resources we have, and Jay's really good at keeping me informed along with all the federal services that we have. We have a lot of equipment here. The issue is that they're taking off on severity calls on other areas, and they're standing by. So, but when we get something, they're on it. Initial attack is there. We got a lot of people on it, so that helps. Recon's ongoing. We just sent one up. We sent a bird up at 2 just now for recon. So we got a lot of equipment. All the feds are working really hard. We've got the modular unit up at DFPC. They've got a Type 1 out of Montrose. We've got everybody. We got a lot of equipment, just like what Jay mentioned too, out of the fort, the old fort. So we're doing well. Looks like you guys get a copy of my SIT report. So that was Friday. So if you can always ask any questions you want on that. And then today I have an update on just a few things, mainly fire and drought. So the COVID, everyone that's declared a COVID disaster, we're down to Dolores. The town of Dolores still has it. They're looking at maybe a month, and they'll probably get rid of that. And then Cortez Fire Protection District, probably another month or so. They're looking at keeping that for some of the grant purposes at this point. Finished building emergency response plan for Annex 3. It just got the last signature by Shaq on it today, and I'll start working on Annex 1. So we'll move ahead with that. The emergency ops plan, we started out at 52%. I'm now at 72% compliant, so that's moving along, hopefully by the end of the year, and then you get to read more stuff, right? So a lot of training going on, all the incident command system training and radio training, and then, of course, this Thursday, everybody's been invited to come to that training for senior officials. So, fire ban, stage 1. Most all federal lands are doing that tomorrow, Wednesday, 16th. BLM's kind of either the 16th or the 17th. Dolores County's already got their fire ban in. Town of Dolores has fire restrictions in place, open flame type stuff. Mountain Ute going to follow the county's lead. You heard that from the sheriff. So I was talking to Joe the other day. So there's fires all around us. Just to give you an idea how ugly this is, and I'm sure you've seen it, the pack fire is up at about 8,500 acres at 16%. In Utah, of course. In Utah, the Benton Creek fire, 7,700 acres at 10%. And then we have the Bear Fire a little further west. That's 10,500 acres plus or minus at 14% contained. So stuff's blowing up over there, and I just got a text from Tammy in San Juan County. Another one just started a half hour ago, and it's just outside of Blanning. So Utah's on fire. New Mexico, the Johnson Fire is pretty far south, but it's at 63,500 acres, and that's at 11% contained. And then Arizona has 3 big ones. The Mescal Fire that's actually running into Telegraph Fire. It's 72,000 acres at 88% contained, and the Telegraph is 123,000 acres. I mean, they're on fire in New Mexico. And then Arizona, the Pinnacle Fire's at 14,000 acres, and they didn't really show containment. So it's pretty ugly. So with that, our fires, of course, several lightning strikes. The zone meeting that we had last week, pretty much, we responded to 20 fires and 18 smoke alerts, and people are running around, small lightning here and there. We've had, up in the National Park Service, they had a couple of strikes, and they were saying that the leaf litter up there, it just takes off. It's super dry. So the conditions, if we had the red flag warning days, the heavy winds, we'd be in a lot of trouble. So thank God the higher power's keeping the winds away for now. I know that Utah, that may be picking up. We got a little moisture coming, but right now, the only fire, of course, we had was our trial fire, and we did pretty good on that, the Hawkins Fire, 134 acres. So I'm working on a lot of grants that may be available for not only recovery, but mitigation down there in that area. The national preparedness level right now just jumped to 3. And we've had, in the Rocky Mountain area, we're at 2. The Southwest coordinating area, which is Arizona and New Mexico, they're at 4, possibly going to 5, which is max. And the Grand Basin area, which is Arizona, Idaho, Nevada, Utah, Wyoming, it's at 3. So we're all pushing the national preparedness level is at 3, which I have all the handouts here. I can always get you guys a copy. But these are the preparedness levels and what it takes to get to 1. So we're, everything's pretty hot. Temperatures are up there pretty high. So I don't know where we're headed. I'm like Commissioner Candelaria talking yesterday. I wish I had a crystal ball. I don't have one. But
It's hot, dry.
it's hot and dry, right? And no wind, which
And
is.
the temperatures keep rising.
Yep. So drought disasters, it looks like, that have been declared, Dolores County, Ute Mountain Ute, us, McKinley County, Arizona, right down there by Gallup, New Mexico, San Juan County, just went for it. These are just today now. And then San Juan County, Utah, they also had declared drought disaster. They also declared a fire ban this week, and they, of course, and then they've just declared an emergency disaster for the pack fire over there. So we got a lot of declarations going on. Water updates. So Mancos, their ordinance that they filed last year, it's in act now. I mean, it's working right now, May 1st to September 30th. Right now they're on voluntary water restrictions, which is level 1, I guess. And they've got some, step 1, sorry. Step 2 is when the town of Mancos is no longer a priority on pulling water from the Mancos River, and then they go into step 2, which is water restrictions for sure, not voluntary. And then if they go to step 3, where no more water comes out the river, I mean, we're talking no water at all, and then looking at the water docks, which is, pretty political. People are using those water docks. I just talked to Ken Charles over in Dolores, and he said it's really up. I mean, people are coming in, you're watering your stock and everything else out of those things. And he said like 1,000 people have been through that thing. So, and Cortez has still got theirs running, and Mancos. So the water docks are still all running pretty good. Cortez has an ordinance out, and they're on, no outside, no watering at certain times, I think. Did you guys get a copy of that? I just got it.
9 to 6.
Huh?
No lawn watering 9 to 6.
That's right, 9 to 6. And then voluntarily water odds and evens and stuff, but
Right.
they're talking about, that'll come to fruition, I think, next meeting maybe that they're gonna have. So there's some restrictions going on. Dolores, they don't have any, town of Dolores, no restrictions. They got water for now.
All the municipalities and the county don't water the roads.
Yeah, the water the road doesn't need water. And from yesterday, Rob doesn't want water on it either.
We don't want water on our roads.
Right?
Keep it where it
We
needs to
gave
be.
up trying to grow new roads, so.
Yeah, it don't work, right? Let's see, Mancos, feds, volunteer restrictions, there they are from the news. And then I was trying to get with the water conservancy districts. They're sending me a lot of different information. I'm trying to find out what their contingency plans are when the water becomes murky. We have no more potable water. I know that's not a possibility this year. Next year, if we continue this, it may be, and at least if we go a third year into this, I mean, we're gonna be hurting for potable water, so.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, we're all gonna go on that other.
No, you got a 4-year term.
No,
You stay
I'm
here and
leaving.
stick it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm gonna start stacking rocks and leave.
So anyway, who knows? I'm gonna try to pre-plan something. Who knows? A lot of water tankers and tenders coming this way, right? Or tenders. So the river flow is working its way down, of course, going into McPhee. Capacity now, elevation's at 6,870. And capacity, I don't think I printed that up, but we're still at, we were at 38,000 active capacity, 38,000, and now we're at 37, I don't know, 7 or 600. So it's slowly going down. The flows going into the river have dropped, of course. And and Jackson's still running water in, water out, whatever it flows in, flows out, just to keep it, and it's around 37, I think, acre feet. So seems to be all right. And MVI is going to fill, I just called Brandon and said fill that keep the canal full south so we can dip and pull some water out too. And then some of our ponds are starting to get a little light, but we still have the ability to go out and initial attack so far. So I don't have any real good news other than I'm busy. but-
You know what? None of you presenting this afternoon have had any good news.
Right. I know. Hey, that's my job. My job is considered the doomsday guy, always thinking about what if. So, but right now we're okay. We got good equipment and no fires, but we're surrounded by them, so.
So the what if is that you say a prayer and we keep our hands crossed.
Amen.
Fingers crossed.
That's how we do it.
That's
Yep.
right.
So,
Thank you.
thanks, guys. Any questions?
Nope. Pray for rain.
Yeah. I don't know what else we can do to tempt it, but we've declared emergencies, disasters, fire bans. I don't know what else. Usually commissioners declare a fire ban and it rains the next day, but.
Right?
I'm good with that.
Washing my car.
Yeah, I did that too. But we're
washing
gonna
your
have to
car
quit
if we
washing
don't have
cars
enough
now.
water.
Yeah.
Use the rain dance.
Now I can't wash
You
it.
can't wash your car now.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Okay,
Thanks.
with that, we're going to go straight into unfinished business. We did have a couple of things that we discussed yesterday in our workshop.
So I think, let's start with the unfinished business from the agenda today,
Okay,
which would be
we can do with that. Jump right into the SRS funding.
Yeah.
Do you want to bring up that sheet that you emailed to us, Shaq, that has the, is that what you're doing?
Boy, we really hold a crowd, don't we?
The numbers? Oh, they're out there.
It should be in here with the air conditioner.
So, the numbers for Montezuma County this year are 156, 952, 21. And of course, of that, it is statutorily required that the commission would give 25% to Road and Bridge and 25% to the school districts based on per capita enrollment, and leaving the other 50% discretionary. And earlier, the commission had discussed potentially using that 50% discretionary money to fund the Imagination Library project. And since that time, we have learned that Kinder Morgan's production was down 36%, and we have learned that the state senate last Tuesday dropped the commercial assessment rate 2.6% and the residential assessment rate 0.2%. And so that discretionary amount historically has gone to the school districts. I don't know what shape those districts will be in after the decrease in property taxes and Kinder Morgan production tax. But the discretionary amount is $78,475.20.
We'll be in worse shape.
Thank you, John. You do have a firm grasp on the obvious.
Will those schools be getting any of the recovery money?
They will. I don't know what that looks like.
They are getting recovery money. They are, part of the ARP funding is going out. I don't know what amount it is specifically, but they are getting it. And again, this is just the SRS money. This is not necessarily PILT with it. So, I mean, it's the last distribution of the SRS money. It will not be distributed anymore. This program has now gone away. And I mean,
We voted on it.
pretty much agreed. Well, we didn't give them a number. We just said
Said
that
you'd
we
give them
would.
something.
We'd give them
we
some
would give
support.
them support through the SRS funding, which is all still going to early childhood development from up to sixth grade, I think, or sixth grade or 6 years of age. Can't remember. One of the-
6 years.
So,
Well, this gonna probably reach more kids through that fund than it is through,
well, it would be, from what they presented, it would be basically sustainable for at least that 20-year period of time is what they were talking about. Hopefully it'll go longer than that, but
They were also, I think, talking about, but I don't know if we've heard anything since, approaching other municipalities, counties, those types of things.
they had that $100,000
Goal.
contribution that was made prior to even coming in here, and this would be on top of that, along with approaching the other municipalities, so that this is a sustainable program through the different funding sources. So I realize that we're looking at some other issues, but this was one of those funding sources that we were always giving away to education. So
So I need to know how to direct the treasurer to divvy the money up.
well, 25% obviously to Road and Bridge, 25% to the school district, and I think we pretty much already voted on it. I think we have $78,000.
$78,475.22.
So that's what we have to play with. What, do you guys want to give it all? Do you want to split it up? What do you want to do with it? It's still going to education, it's just early childhood development.
you know, I think it's money well spent, that direction.
And I think
The
that's-
school districts are gonna get their recovery money and stuff, plus we're still giving them 25% of it anyway, so.
The 59,000, right, Shaq?
So the portion the schools would get would be half of that 78,000. It would be 25% of the total.
39.2, something.
Right.
And that would be split amongst 3 districts per capita for their enrollment, which I'm also trying to figure out their enrollment since the Stand Up and Be Counted Day, some of them were not in school for COVID, so I'm trying to.
Well, they weren't in school for COVID, obviously, for quite a while. I think we've already voted on this, in my opinion.
Okay.
I agree with Commissioner Stevenson. We didn't have a number. We do have a number now, and I think we stick with it and we face our other issues as they come up. So I, for one, would say that's our allocation to go to early childhood development and leave it as it is.
They got 2 votes?
Yep.
Okay.
Does it need to be more formal than that?
Probably.
I
Let's
think-
make a motion.
So moved.
Okay.
Second it.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to distribute the SRS 50% funding that's discretionary to the county, to the early childhood development through the destination library in the amount of $78,475
And 22 cents.
and 22 cents. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I
Aye.
will direct the treasurer to do that.
Okay. That was the last on the agenda there. Do you have any others, Shaq?
Yes, so we had bids for the Department of Social Services for enhancing the outdoor break area for employees based upon monies that they were awarded from the state for performance. And where is the commission at with me displaying the bids?
We also had this discussion yesterday, so really, I don't think there were any other questions. We had one question finalized for Gina. I don't know if she's gotten back to us, but it sounds like they still have plenty of funding in addition to what the bids came in at, which really is all we have to make a decision of yes, we're going to allow them to move forward with it onto the property, or no, we are not, so.
And then you have to choose the bid because it's above my
Correct.
pay grade.
So those are the two decisions as far as for the social services. So any other discussion? Somebody want to move one way or another to allow or to not allow, and then to accept one or the
I
other
would
bid?
move to allow the department to go ahead and with their outdoor break area.
Second.
Okay. So then is all we need to do. I don't know if we want, we can actually pull up the bids now.
You haven't voted.
Okay. I was gonna do
Well, he did motion all at one time.
So,
Picky.
it's been moved and seconded to allow the Social Services Department to create a break area on the southern department of this administration building per their design submitted. All those in favor?
Aye. Okay.
Now we have two bids to look at.
So Commissioners, the first bid is from Advanced Machining and Welding in the total amount of $14,228.19. And the second bid is from Donald Adams Excavation LLC in the amount of $14,511 even.
And if I remember reading the email correctly, they did recommend going with the low bid of the, if you'll go back to that 14,228. Is that what you
Yes.
guys remember?
That is correct.
To make a motion, we award the bid to Advance
I'll second it.
for 14,228. Yeah.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to award the break area for the Montezuma County Social Services Department in the, or to Advanced Machine and Welding in the amount of $14,228.19. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
So, let me see. Oh, okay, you want me to go into my report, or I think that's all we've got under unfinished
No,
business.
we've got a couple more. We've got a couple emails from Rob.
Okay.
That we didn't make any decisions on, that were under unfinished business.
That's correct.
One we have, we had approved 168 tons of material to the BLM for the parking lots. You guys read his email. He had recalculated the material, and he came up with 380 plus or minus. So the request was now for 400 tons of gravel for the, I guess it would be off of County Road N parking lot that they'll be creating later on in the fall. So, do we want to go ahead? We already approved the 168. So basically, we have to add another, actually, quite a bit more. But
You
that
have
was
to
just
more
a
than double it.
miscalculation of somebody. Rob recalculated it himself.
Move for approval of the gravel for N2?
No, it's actually N.
N.
It's actually just a continuance of County Road N.
Continuance of County Road N.
Off of 38, or 36.5. I think it's up 36.5.
I'll second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to contribute up to 400 tons of gravel to the BLM for the parking lot out at the west end of County Road N, west of Summit Lake. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next, they also had sent us an email discussing
3,000 ton
material
of
with
chips.
Dolores County. He had chips coming out of Ormiston, and he also had some coming out of Hay Camp. The royalties would be charged on the material coming out of Hay Camp per the email, and that was just a little over 3,000 tons total, wasn't it, Shaq?
Yep, I have that on the screen.
Okay.
3,000 tons or 300 tons?
3,000
I
tons.
think it was 3,000 tons.
So it would be 1,200 3/4 from Warmiston and 1,800 of 5/8 from Hay Camp.
And we have plenty of bonds in surplus.
He did send an email back, and we do have the availability of the product. It's not gonna put him, he's already got his stored apparently
Okay.
on the sites that he's chips in.
Yeah.
So he said he didn't have an issue with the quantity as far as being able to provide it. It's just a matter of do we wanna do it or not. We do have agreements with the Forest Service, and we do allow X amount per year whenever they ask us for it. We also charge them for that. And this is just kind of almost doing the same thing for Dolores County. We did do it last year. I think, I'm not quite sure of the tonnage that we talked about last year, but it has been done in the past.
I talked to Rob about it. He seems to think we have plenty surplus there and stuff. It's not gonna hurt us any, so I would move to allow Rob to go ahead with this contract between Dolores County and us for the chips.
Second.
Okay, no other discussion? All right, well, it's been moved and seconded to allow our road and bridge superintendent, Rob Engelhardt, to communicate with their Steve Davis, road and bridge superintendent, for the sale of the 3,000 tons of chips for their chip seal project for the year of 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Also, too, I had on here, Shaq, was the landfill AC bid.
Your instruction yesterday was to rebid it.
Okay, got that.
And that's been done. You did ask why an AC instead of an evaporative cooler, and the answer was, as I kind of thought it would be, because of the water lines in the ceiling over the computer systems.
But that's,
I'm not going to defend the answer. I told you that was the answer.
right, I understand that, but it's just as easy to run that water line on the outside on the roof as it is to go on the inside. But so we'll wait for the bids. I just don't want that to be an excuse. That doesn't make a logical sense to me. Roofs are made to keep water out, so if you put the water line on the roof, it then keeps the water out. But I was just curious.
Okay.
What about a comparative bid for new swamp cooler?
They won't be comparative. They're not.
They won't even be close.
They're not even going to be close.
No,
But they're gonna need to do something because it's an ancient piece of.
The refrigeration is always going to be more.
Oh, yeah.
And then to operate it is always going to be more. That was my concern.
On the other side of this, I mean, we could ask for this, we could ask for that. In the meantime, they're sitting down there, that sun is moving to the west. It'll be over 100 degrees beating through that window tonight. So,
Well, they're
I don't
still
know.
using their cooler, right?
I'm unsure of that. I don't believe they are. I think they're down there sweltering. So,
Because I didn't take it that they were out of service.
yes, that's why they're asking for it.
Okay, well, get it rebid.
It's already out.
Bring it to us. Okay. And I think everything else. Do you guys have any other notes? I'll go ahead. Okay. All right, go ahead, Shaq. with your, actually, we'll go to John. John's your report.
Yep. Try to be quick. Yesterday, we asked for our costs in our PAX case. They came out to be just under $11,000. So that's in front of the court right now. So even though that case is essentially over, we filed this, so it's still alive just to decide that issue. We did receive a new road complaint last week for County Road Y, the one with the gate across it. So we'll take care of that. So that is just getting started. And the one other thing I wanted to bring up with you all is I keep getting inquiries from this gentleman regarding his request for you all to support his grant for what he calls needful provisions. And I know that Commissioner Candelaria has expressed that he does not want to support that. I hadn't heard from anybody else, so unless somebody else wants to support it, if you do, pipe up. Otherwise, I will just inform him that
I do not want to support.
He would like to get federal grant dollars and a little less than $2 million to be able to provide a greenhouse and a trailer with a food dehydrator. However, if this commission will give me 200 or will give me $2 million, I will also give you a greenhouse and a trailer with a food dehydrator.
it sounds like, though, we don't have at least two commissioners supporting it, so I'm just going to pass that on to him.
Okay.
But do I have a motion on my $2 million?
That wasn't a formal request.
Died for lack of a motion. Just thought I'd throw it out there.
Okay, thank you, John. Is that all you have?
Yes.
All right. James is not here,
Correct.
so I want to bring something up for James, and I will get with him tomorrow. But at our TPR meeting Thursday, one of the things, the city of Cortez was unable to utilize their MMOF funding, and Montezuma County was on track to receive 100% funding for our MMOF for the Paso Mesa Verde. It was reduced by 10% along with some of the others within that grant application to actually help La Plata, or no, I'm sorry, Archuleta County and the town of Bayfield, so that everybody got a piece of the pie. With Cortez being able to push back 100, I think it was 156, almost $160,000. I did request that we receive our other $56,000. It sounds like that decision will be made next month at the TPR meeting. So I will get that information to James in case he has to fill out any other paperwork to get that other 10% back for us for that MMOF funding through the CDOT. So I'll just put that as James's report along with some of mine. All right, Shaq, anything else?
Yes, first, just for the public, I know we did this a couple of weeks ago, but again, public notice that the commissioners and other elected officials from local governments within the county will attend a training with the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. The training will concern the roles of government officials during emergencies. No decisions will be made at the meeting. The meeting will be held here in this Commissioner's Room, 109 West Main, Cortez, June 17th, which is Thursday, from 5 p.m. to 8:30. And just so the commissioners know, there will be food here, so you won't have to starve all evening. That wouldn't. And the other thing I wanted to let you know, our grant writer, Rachel Marchbanks, is away at training, but we were awarded the Recovery and Resiliency Grant, which will provide for a position to help us coordinate with the Office of Economic Development and International Trade to address some of our economic recovery issues. As you know, our the three pillars of our economy are pretty much oil and gas, which took a beating last year, starting with the competition between Russia and Saudi Arabia, followed by a shutdown in worldwide travel, and then agriculture, which has been taking a beat down from the drought, and then tourism, which also received a little bit of a beat down last year. And so we were awarded the grant to be the regional head for helping our region, which includes us in Dolores County and the municipalities therein, to work on resiliency and economic recovery.
Good job. Rachel, I know you're not here, but just publicly, I think we've all emailed her back. I think she's been working hard at trying to
Yeah.
apply, and we finally have now seen some of the fruits of that labor. So,
Yeah.
thank you,
Rachel.
Rachel. Anything else, Chet?
Nothing else from me. I think I covered the rest of it yesterday.
Okay. All right. Commissioners.
It's been a pretty busy 2 weeks. I've been the Mancos Town Board. We were, actually, was a very short meeting. They surprised me that from here on out, they're not gonna be short anymore, so to enjoy that last one, they're gonna start into their.
I sent Heather a sample of today's agenda so she could.
So, the last couple of weeks, I've been on the phone a bunch and going and looking. I've drove around, looked at some of these places around the county that people are complaining about, the people that moving in and campers and all that stuff. I've been to a bunch of those places.
One location to the other.
One location to another. Lots of phone calls about our solar deal this morning. Yesterday, we had our department head meeting, then we had a workshop, and then I went to the Mancos Water Conservancy meeting last night. And it's been kind of busy. I didn't make the CCI deals. We buried one of my best friends last Wednesday, so.
Like Joel, a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails. I did sit in on the Zoom for the city of Cortez, and their consent agenda consisted of renewal of and a special events permit for 6 liquor events and license renewals, and also a renewal for a retail marijuana store, all in a brief period of time. And then they declared it Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. Maybe you're trying to help us, I don't know. Passed a resolution for construction of a new retail marijuana facility at 503 Patton Street, which is out across from the bowling alley, out in that area. Approved a transfer for the medical marijuana center, Durango Organics. They also signed a resolution supporting our drought disaster declaration, and they appointed Matt Kiefaufer to the council to fill a position that was vacated. And they also signed a resolution declaring the end to the local health disaster emergency for the city of Cortez. They accepted and did a resolution for signing the intergovernmental agreement on dispatch services. They did a lot of resolutions. They rejected a contract from CDOT, and I couldn't fully hear that. The echo was so bad.
That might be part of the MMOF funding.
Yeah. And that's about all.
So, I would assume because it was from CDOT.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Even with headphones.
Well, we spent 3 days driving across the state of Colorado. Shaq and I were able to attend the CCI workshop summer conference. A lot of good information, but really the best information was, like I told these 2 commissioners, were the meetings after the meetings, where you really kind of find out what's been going on throughout the state. And it was actually good to see everybody in person again and have that communication and networking going back on. The legislative agendas were finalized on Wednesday night while we were getting ready to come home. Some of the things I brought back, something I would like to just put forth to the commissioners, right now, we currently put $300,000 into the capital, and we did it last year, we've done it this year, but I talked to this gentleman, Andy, I think his name was Stewart Shack, is that right?
No, that's correct, from Enterprise.
And he basically works for Enterprise through their fleet management. Right now, El Paso County uses it for their sheriff's department, along with some other counties who do just regular pickups, cars, so on and so forth. Something that, if you guys would entertain the thought of talking to him, especially with the reduction of what we might be looking at, it might be better to lease some of these vehicles and then turn them out quicker. But if you're interested, he did send another email today trying to set up a meeting. I told him that Mondays would be the best, that we could set it up at a workshop to catch all three of us to give us the presentation that he kind of gave me a brief synopsis of up there. We did have our Western District meeting. Keith Caddy and Cody Davis, one of the new commissioners, are now our president and vice president, and we will be having our Western District meeting. Not sure where it's going to be yet, but forthcoming, and that's probably middle of July or August. And I'd recommend you guys try to attend that. It's usually one day, and we go to wherever that's at. So they were unable really to get a lot accomplished last year because of COVID. So everybody was mostly represented there. Hinsdale County wasn't there. Rio Blanco and Moffett County were unable to attend. Then again, I went to the TPR meeting. We discussed that MMOF funding, that hopefully we can get our money back for the Paso Mesa Verde. I went to the worst meeting I've ever been at yet, which was the STAC meeting on Friday. Sarah Hill from La Plata County went in person. They did it in person and virtual. It was about, she said there were only 5 people there in person. Next month, it's going to be all in person.
You've been to a lot of meetings, so the worst meeting ever. This
was the worst meeting ever because it was virtual and in person, and they did it in CDOT's auditorium, and the echoes in there, you couldn't, the people on Zoom were like, we don't even know what's going on. The only reason I knew what was going on is because we actually had, from Region 5, Sarah was there in person, so I mean, I was texting back and forth trying to figure out what was going on, but that was the worst meeting since the beginning of this. Wow. Hopefully they get that fixed. It was horrible. It was about 3 hours of trying to figure out what was going on.
I mean, if nobody in the meeting knows what's going on, that's almost Congress.
It was horrible.
That sounds congressional.
Worst meeting I have been on.
You do that in court sometimes.
So we then, Commissioner Stevenson and I were able to do Friday the in honor of the Women's Veterans Day, signed the proclamation, which was a nicely attended event here, and a lot of kudos to those service women that have served for us. Do appreciate it, and that we did on Friday. Then obviously we had our workshop yesterday, which we've all talked about, and then that attended the Dolores Town Board meeting last night. Since the governor did not extend any mandates, they will be going back to in-person. They do have their meeting room set up now where they can present it on YouTube and do virtual and in-person, just pretty much like we do, and that will start on the 28th. They are having a lot of issues over there with bears in their trash containers, and Steve is actually, if a bear gets into a container that hasn't been locked, they are issuing citations, and then obviously they discuss the open fires.
Maybe the county could help spring for a flock of blue jays to help them control the bears.
Does that work?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
They had a lot of discussion on the ARP funding that they are going to receive, and they're going to set up some more discussion so that they can figure out how they're going to spend their ARP money. And then they had a second reading on their short-term rentals, and that actually, believe it or not, was a class that we went to at CCI, and I think it was Summit County Shack. They have like 2,800 short-term rentals in a community of like 4,000. So it's almost all short-term rentals. So Dolores is not in too bad a shape in that regards. And they did talk about their solar projects that they had finishing up, which I have not seen any of them. And then I actually left the meeting about 8 o'clock, so I did not listen into the discussion on their marijuana retail dispensary, but that was it for Dolores. And that concludes my report. So, with there nothing else being or needs to come before the board, I would accept.
Motion to adjourn.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded to adjourn this June 15th meeting of the BOCC. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.